to welcome everyone to come and join us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to host such a distinguished group for today's session, the Intellectual Discourse Gathering Scholarly Minds. We are thrilled to see this assembly of leaders, academics, and financial experts ready to engage in focused dialogue. We trust the knowledge shared today will be both profound and practical. So, ladies and gentlemen, to ensure a smooth and focused session, kindly observe these housekeeping details. We kindly request that all mobile phones be switched to silent mode. And for your safety, please note the emergency exit signs located at the rear and the sides of the room. Restroom facilities are located just outside the room on this floor. Ladies and gentlemen, after the arrival of our guest of honor, we will remain standing for our national anthem, Nagaraku, and we will proceed with the Doa recitation. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, before we commence, I would like to remind everyone to please register yourself at the registration counter just outside the room. And now we will have a brief but crucial safety briefing for the venue. I invite Mr. Rizal Moody, Manager of Safety and Security, AICB Center of Excellence, to the stage to guide us through the necessary procedures. Please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And very good morning, everyone. Okay. On behalf of the Bangunan AICB management, I would like to welcome all the participants for attending in this event, Intellectual Discourse Gathering of Scholarly Minds, okay, that organized by AKPK. Ladies and gentlemen, Bangunan AICB is a strategic initiative spearheaded by the financial service industry with a strong support from the Central Bank of Malaysia, or we call it BNM, Bank Negara Malaysia. The intent of Bangunan AICB is to abase the various affiliate institutions currently responsible for the financial sector talent development under a single world-class facility, thereby creating operational synergies as well as promoting a multidisciplinary approach to research and also the leadership. The building is safe and secure for everyone. Okay, and we are also collaborating with the police team from the Bank Negara, especially on the security matters. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to ensure all our guests are safe and secure, we are regularly maintained on our fire system, such as fire alarm, public address system, safety trainings, audits, and so on. In the event of emergency, you will hear the alarm and announcement from the PA system. Please remain calm and do not panic. Our ERT team members will assist all the guests in the building. And if evacuation process need to be done, all guests need to evacuate the building through our emergency staircase and exits. So for this room, we have a 2 exit staircase outside here. Okay, you can follow the exit door behind. Kat belakang ni ada 2. Okay, belakang ni ada 2 lagi. Alright. Please proceed to our assembly area at the south driveway. Okay, if you can see, we have a big tree outside. Okay, at the main driveway. Okay, there's a south assembly area for podium. Okay. And then another side is a north area is mainly assembly point for office or our tower on the right side. Okay. Then please proceed to our assembly area at south driveway and please follow the instruction that given by our ERT members. Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, our building is recognized and has been awarded as a Green Building Index. Therefore, I would like to inform for those who are smoker or vapor, okay, the building is not permitted for smoking. Okay, so you can, for those yang smoking, okay, staircase, toilet, memang tak boleh. Minta maaf. Okay, and then for those smoker, you sorry to say, it's dosa. Okay. And then, ladies and gentlemen, for any medical emergency assistance, okay, you may contact me or security team or else a banquet team outside, okay, for assistance. And actually, we have a in-house clinic here and also the doctor on standby. So they will be available at the level 4, then from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Okay. And also we have ambulance standby from the Bank Negara building. Then I think that's all from me. For any inquiries, you may contact me or security team at the entrance lobby, and for any assistance. Thank you very much, and have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rizal, and for your attention to those vital procedures. And I believe DOSA is intentional. So, ladies and gentlemen, please settle in, sit back, relax, and enjoy the company and vibe together. We will begin shortly. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm actually Khalil, the special officer to my CEO, AKPK. Yeah? Now, I just want to welcome you in this way with a very different tagline. Just bear with me. AKPK! You heard that? AKPK luar biasa. You heard this again. Maybe I want to awaken them again. AKPK! Kita semua! Okay, from all of us, from the deepest rock bottom of my heart, I'd like to say a very, very big and a warm welcome to all of you. Can we give a round of applause to each other? Thank you so much. Thank you. Now, I'm not entitled to hold the mic. I'll pass it over to Chair Ashraf. All right? Otherwise, I won't give you back.
Thank you so much, Mr. Khalil. AKPK luar biasa, outstanding. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we await the arrival of our guest of honor. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and join me in welcoming Yang Berbahagia Emeritus Professor Dato' Norma Manso, the Director of the Social Wellbeing Research Center, accompanied by Puan Nur Fazlin Zakaria, General Manager, Education and Outreach Division, AKPK, and other distinguished guests. We kindly ask distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to remain standing for our national anthem, Negaraku. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we seek blessings for the success and insight of this gathering, I would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Zakwan Muhammad Aris to lead the Doa recitation. Please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wal aqibatu lil muttaqin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. Allahumma antal azizul jalil. Ya Allah, our Lord, who has all the power and glory, who gives the light that illuminates life, who removes sadness and unravels all difficulties. Ya Allah, in conjunction with the intellectual discourse event, we raise our hands together with gratitude and full of hope. Bestow your blessing and mercy. Grant us the wisdom to make wise decisions, the strength to overcome challenges, and the compassion to serve one another with kindness and empathy. May our efforts be pleasing to you, Ya Allah, and contribute to the betterment of society. Allahumma ja'al jam'ana hadha jam'an marhuma, wa tafarruqana min ba'dihi tafarruqan ma'suma, wa la taj'al Allahumma fina, ولا معنا ولا من يتبعنا شقيا ولا مطرودا ولا محروما. Ya Allah, unite our hearts as brothers and sisters, strengthen the relationship between us to continue working together so that all our plans can be implemented smoothly. Ya Allah, please make our hearts sincere to work diligently and may our life and work be more impeccable and meaningful. Allahumma waliyu ya Hamid. Ya Allah, grant us with inspired minds, thoughtful ideas, highly regarded knowledge, and clear life goals. With that, therefore, we hope our every action, thought, and behavior are always on the path of truth, united on the ground of unity, standing behind the pillar of justice, as well as impersonating the sunnah of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Allahumma ja'al khayra a'malina akhiruh, wa khayra a'malina خواتمه وخير أيامنا يوم نلقاك فيه. اللهم اغفر لنا ذنوبنا ولإخواننا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم. والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Amin, amin, ya Rabbal Alamin. Thank you, Mr. Zakwan. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The guest of honor, Yang Berbahagia Emeritus Professor Datuk Norma Manso, Director of the Social Wellbeing Research Center, SWRC. Yang Berusaha, Puan Nur Fazlin Zakaria, General Manager, Education and Outreach Division, AKPK. Yang Berusaha, Assistant Governor Abu Hassan Al-Sha'ari, Al-Sha'ari, the Head of Consumer Credit Oversight Board Task Force, CCOBTF. Yang Berbahagia, Datin Azlin Osman Rani, Director of Institute for Capital Market Research, ICMR. Senior Management of Agency Counseling dan Pengurusan Kredit, AKPK. Esteemed speakers, researchers, strategic partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Intellectual Discourse Gathering of Scholarly Minds 2025. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, salam sejahtera, and salam Malaysia Madani. Once again, a very warm welcome to the Executive Forum right here at the AICB Center of Excellence. We are delighted to have you at this exciting gathering. This powerful intellectual discourse is proudly driven by the AKPK Financial, Education and Wellbeing Research Center, FEWRC. This dedicated effort is the engine pushing vital policy and research into the future. I am Ashraf Sharif, your host, and I am honored to guide you through the program. So ladies and gentlemen, the stage is set. Forget passive listening. We are here to drill down into the evidence. This morning is your rapid fire masterclass in policy implementation, regulatory shifts, and the research that underpins national financial resilience. With this level of expertise in this room, let's seize the momentum and drive forward to truly impactful exchanges.
Assalamualaikum. Good morning to everyone. Fly me to the moon and let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand. In other words, darling, kiss me. Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You are all I love, are all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true.
Ladies and gentlemen, to officially kick off our proceedings and provide the essential academic groundwork for our discourse, we are honored to welcome the Director of the Social Wellbeing Research Center. Please welcome Yang Berbahagia Emeritus Professor Dato Norma Manso to deliver her keynote address.
Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. The words is be true. The words, the words, the words. I love you.
Thank you, thank you. Wow, that was really wonderful. But don't expect me to join you. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think I can. Assalamualaikum and good morning. Puan Nur Fazlin Zakaria, Assistant Governor Abu Hassan Al Sha'ari, and Datin Azlin Osman Rani, an old friend and also daughter of my late colleague, Arwah Professor Osman Rani, and senior management of AKPK, my colleagues. I saw some familiar faces in the crowd. Policymakers, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure for me to join you in this intellectual discourse, gathering of experience, skills, and knowledge. And this meeting brings together not only accumulated understanding, but also experience and commitment to a shared purpose, building a more financially resilient and inclusive Malaysia. And the title of the keynote this morning is Evidence to Empowerment, Research Illuminating Pathways in Financial Literacy and Well-Being. It captures a simple but powerful idea. Evidence by itself does not change lives. Evidence must be translated into policies, programs, tools, and habits that empower individuals, households, and businesses to navigate an increasingly complex financial landscape. Across the world, households are facing overlapping pressures, rising living costs, uncertain labor markets, rapid digitalization of finance, and greater individual responsibility for retirement, health, and long-term care. In Malaysia, as many of you must have known better than anyone, these pressures are felt acutely by emerging adults entering the workforce, by young families juggling debt, education aspirations, by micro and small enterprises trying to stay afloat, and by older Malaysians preparing for retirement and longevity. Research conducted over the last decade shows that financial literacy and financial well-being are not just nice to have attributes. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, they are deeply interlinked to economic security, mental health, family stability, and even labor productivity. Individuals who understand basic financial concepts, who plan and budget, who save regularly, and manage debt prudently are more likely to withstand shocks, avoid over-indebtedness, and maintain a sense of control over their lives. Those struggling with finances often report higher stress, conflict at home, and delayed or compromised life goals. Importantly, financial literacy is no longer seen as just knowledge of interest rates or inflation. It includes skills, attitudes, and confidence, the ability to apply knowledge to real decisions. And financial well-being, too, is now understood as both objective and subjective. It is about having enough to meet commitments, being able to absorb a financial shock, being on track to meet long-term goals, and feeling secure and in control. Ladies and gentlemen, recently, Financial Education Network has developed the National Strategy for Financial Literacy and launched by the Prime Minister. It is another cornerstone being developed based on research and gaps analysis. The strategy recognizes that financial literacy is a lifelong journey requiring coordinated efforts across ministries, regulators, industry, educators, and civil society. The strategy also lays out clear priorities promoting responsible financial behavior from young, ensuring access to trusted information and guidance, strengthening retirement and risk management, and supporting vulnerable groups such as low income households, informal workers, and those at risk of financial abuse. I would like to share another document developed by the Social Wellbeing Research Center, our center, is called Belanjawanku. As many of you know, it is more than a budget guideline. It is a research-based reference that estimates the minimum monthly expenditure required for different household types to achieve a reasonable standard of living in key urban areas. In fact, one of the principal investigators is with us, Dr. Sharifah Mohaira from the Faculty of Economics. Yeah. So Belanjawanku breaks down spending into categories such as food, housing, transport, healthcare, education, communication, and social participation. Crucially, both National Strategy and Belanjawanku are research intensive. They are both by household surveys, behavioral studies, program evaluations, and continuous feedback from practitioners. And in our case, from individuals, from families, and also the different kinds of the family categories. They embody the principle that policies must be grounded in data, not intuition alone. Research centers play a very crucial role in providing more insights to nudge the policy. As an example, the organizer of today's event, AKPK's FEWRC, provides a dedicated platform to generate, consolidate, and translate research on financial literacy and well-being. It supports surveys, behavioral insights, program evaluations, and knowledge sharing, all with the aim of improving financial capability and reducing vulnerability among Malaysians. Its existence signals that financial education is not just about content delivery, it is also about rigorous assessment, what works for whom, what works for whom, and under what conditions. Moving from evidence to empowerment means recognizing that financial well-being is multidimensional. It is not only about objective indicators, income, assets, debt, and insurance coverage, but also about subjective experiences, feeling in control, having the capacity to absorb shocks, being able to meet obligations without constant worry, and having confidence in the future. Measuring these dimensions rigorously is challenging, but it is essential. If we focus only on balances and ratios, we may overlook the psychological and social burdens that undermine well-being even in households that appear stable on paper. For researchers, this agenda presents both a challenge and an opportunity. The challenge is methodological. To combine quantitative and qualitative methods, experiments and surveys, administrative data and fieldwork in order to capture the full complexity of financial lives. The opportunity lies in the potential for our work to inform real world change. When we collaborate with policymakers, regulators, educators, and industry, we can test interventions at scale, identify unintended consequences, and refine programs iteratively rather than treating them as static one-off reforms. As we broaden how we measure financial lives, it is equally important to recognize that different groups experience financial pressures in distinct ways. Policy making in financial literacy must therefore move beyond broad generic classifications and take account of the structural factors that shape economic behavior and opportunity. One important angle highlighted in the global literature is the gender dimension of financial capability with persistent wage gaps and, in turn, financial literacy. So, ladies and gentlemen, financial literacy research echoes these differences. And I could see that there are many researchers who are looking into financial literacy. But the evidence, especially cross country studies, consistently find that women report lower financial literacy scores and are less likely to engage in long term planning and express lower confidence when making financial decisions, even after controlling for income and education. This confidence gap, manifested in higher rates of don't know responses, has been shown to influence retirement preparedness, investment choices, and vulnerability to financial shocks. And Malaysia reflects these international trends. As of June 2025, from our research, it showed that female salaried employees earn about 3.45% less than men, with a median monthly wage of 2,800 ringgit compared to 2,900 ringgit for male employees. And this data is from the Department of Statistics 2025. So while the wage gap is narrowing, its underlying drivers, such as occupational segregation, caregiving responsibilities, uneven access to a high quality employment, and career interruptions continue to shape women's cumulative financial security. These dynamics interact with gender differences in financial literacy and confidence, amplifying long-term disparities. Taken together, the evidence shows that women's financial outcomes are shaped by life cycle and institutional patterns, not merely individual choices. So, this underscores why financial literacy policy must recognize the differentiated pathways and address the structural barriers that constrain women's ability to build lasting financial resilience. As societies age and individuals shoulder more responsibility for financing longer lifespans, these disparities take on greater significance, shaping who enters old age with security and who remains exposed to long term financial risk. Effective financial empowerment, therefore, requires not only capability building, but also supportive labor market policies and social protection framework that ensure fairer opportunities across the course of life. Ladies and gentlemen and colleagues, universities and research institutes have a crucial role to play in this ecosystem. They can serve as hubs that connect theory and practice and global evidence with local realities. Through interdisciplinary collaboration, linking economics with psychology, sociology, education, and public health, we can better understand how financial decisions intersect with identity, family, culture, and health. Through engagement with communities, we can co create research questions and solutions rather than imposing them from the top down. Importantly, moving from evidence to empowerment also demands that we pay attention to equity. Not all groups have the same access to quality financial information, fair products, or trustworthy advice. Issues of gender, geography, education, and digital access shape who benefits from financial innovation and who is left behind. As digital finance accelerates product complexity, from e wallets to buy now, pay later products, and algorithmic credit scoring, the risk grows that information gaps and behavioral biases may be exploited or even intensified. Our work needs to eliminate these dynamics and support regulators and industry players in putting in place safeguards that protect consumers without dampening innovation. Time and again, we see the rapid digitalization of financial services becoming a powerful driver of consumer empowerment and broader access. At the same time, it introduces a distinct set of challenges that require careful attention. The accelerating digitalization of financial services has reshaped how individuals interact with money, introducing new decision environments, product designs, complex product designs, and data driven interfaces. These shifts create both opportunity and exposure, and consumers are asked to make financial choices in settings where nudges, defaults, and opaque algorithms can significantly influence behavior. To truly move from evidence to empowerment, Malaysia needs deeper collaboration between academia, policymakers, industry players, and think tanks. And this forum and this discourse will bring it closer to what we want to achieve. Each brings a different strength: rigorous inquiry, regulatory insight, real world data, and on the ground experience. By working together, we can co design research agendas, share evidence, test interventions at scale, and translate into impactful national strategies. I invite universities, research institutes, industry practitioners, and policy focused organizations to join hands in shaping a financially resilient society. Through collective intelligence and shared commitment, we can accelerate innovation, strengthen consumer well being, and build a Malaysia where financial empowerment is accessible to all. Ladies and gentlemen, may this meeting be an engaging one and produce positive outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, Yang Berbahagia Datuk, for those excellent keynote address. They truly frame the importance of evidence-based dialogue and setting the tone for our discussion. Thank you once again, Datuk. Oh no, don't expect me to sing. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are thrilled to kick off our technical sessions. Our first session, titled Empowering Financial Pathways, Strategies, Challenges, and Forward-Thinking Innovations, is vital to our regulatory framework. To guide us through the complex and essential discussions, we need a moderator who can navigate diverse topics with clarity and ease. We are honored to have a familiar and respected voice from our national media with us today. One of TV3's most recognizable news personalities. Please welcome Ms. Azaria Tagaya. Joining her in this session, we invite Yang Berusaha Assistant Governor Abu Hassan Al-Shari Yahya Head of the Consumer Credit Oversight Force Task Force, CCOBT. Please welcome. And now over to you, Azaria.
Thank you so much, H. Ashraf, for that very, very kind introduction, I must say. Now, this is a different setting because usually we don't get to see the audience, but today we are very, very happy to have all of you with us here today. It's an honor to be moderating this session. It's a very important discussion to have as well. And of course, my guest needs no introduction, of course, AG Abu Hassan. Thank you so much once again for joining us in today's session.
Thank you.
All right, now let's dive straight in. Before we talk about CCOB, the Consumer Credit Oversight Board, and the survey that you conducted, let's talk a little bit about the Consumer Credit Act. Now, how does the CCA actually affect consumer protection, and also how does it give an effect on the overall market conduct in the years to come? What do we need to know about CCA?
Okay. Thank you, Zaria, for the question. First of all, I was having a little bit of this conflict about the how to be santai, on the other hand, how to discuss something that is quite dear to every one of us, and something quite, I would say, technical, but at the same time, very relevant to everyone. So maybe I should just throw away my notes, and just engage with everyone here. But it is actually a very important, act. It is actually a transformation because we do not have any specific act that governs with regard to protection to the credit consumers for the country. So this has been discussed for a long time by the policymakers, but it is actually not an easy thing to do because of the diverse nature. When we look at in terms of credit consumers in the country, first it's very diverse, and the other thing is that the providers of credit in the country also are very, very diverse. So we have actually a lot of fragmentation in terms of those credit providers, as well as those currently regulating the credit providers. For example, of course, we have those who borrowed from banks. The banking system is well regulated by the central bank, by Bank Negara Malaysia. But we also have others like the hire purchase that is actually governed by the KPDN. We also have the money lenders that is actually under the KPKT. We have pawnbrokers also. And also the other, I would say, the non-bank credit providers that are currently not regulated by anyone. So because of this very diverse nature, then one would be able to imagine that the kind of protection are very disparate or very unlevel in that sense. While Bengara, as a financial stability regulator, we do also look to make sure that there is actually protection to the banking consumers. But they are, we are all consumers, right? And because of that, there are non-bank credit consumers as well that need to be looked at. So, Alhamdulillah, this act has already been passed by the parliament, and we are hoping that it's going to be gazetted, it's going to be effective early next year. So everyone actually is looking forward for better protection for the credit consumers at large. So it is actually an overarching act that reflects the objective. First, actually, is to, of course, the main objective actually to protect the credit consumers in the country. All of you here definitely are credit consumers in one way or another. How are we protecting it? First, actually, is to regulate and supervise the credit providers and also the credit service provider. So credit providers are those who are actually giving credit directly, either banks or money lending companies or pawnbrokers. They do, in a way, actually provide credit. Even Datuk Norma mentioned just now, the advent or the buy now pay later industry that's growing very rapidly, which I'm going to touch a bit later on. So all these are actually credit providers, and some of them are not regulated. So there is actually a regulation and also supervision that need to be done for these credit providers. But there are also credit service providers. They are not really giving credit, but they are actually part of the ecosystem. For example, like the debt collection agencies. They collect debts, but they don't really provide credit, but they collect on behalf of the credit providers. And there are others that you may have heard, like the impact loan buyer. Impact loan buyer like Icon, they do actually buy over the non-performing loans from banks, and they actually took over and they do undertake the recovery process to maximize their profit by doing that. And there are also the debt counseling and management agencies. Of course, everyone, very, very close and really understand what AKPK does, because AKPK actually is set up by Penegara, but there are actually others out there. And some of those are actually doing things, and they are doing advisory or doing counseling or even some kind of intermediation with regard to managing the debts or try to negotiate debts of customers with the banks, for example. So these are the type of credit service provider that are currently actually not regulated as well. So people have been talking, they have been in the media about the way that debt collectors are actually undertaking their activity. Sometimes can be rather detrimental or can be even physically can be challenging to some credit consumers as well when they undertook actually a very harmful approach in terms of collecting debts. So the thing is that first we need to really protect the credit consumers by regulating the credit providers and also the credit service provider. Secondly, actually to ensure proper conduct and also responsible lending practices, of these credit providers. So this is actually a very important point. We're talking about protecting in terms of how to make sure that the way that the credit providers conduct themselves, how they offer the products, how they actually, more or less have the necessary terms and conditions of the credit, it must be done properly. So conduct actually is very important to be monitored. And importantly is that we hope that credit providers would only provide credit facility or loans to those people who can afford. Because if they are actually irresponsible, they will be actually giving to people who actually cannot afford to pay back. So at the end of the day, actually that would be detrimental to the credit consumers. So the perspective of giving credit responsibly actually is very, very important aspect of how we want to monitor and regulate the credit providers. And the third thing is that we want to make sure that we can promote actually a fair, transparent, as well as an efficient credit industry overall. Because at the end of the day, if all this can be achieved, it is going to create a better environment for credit consumers at large. So these are the three main objectives why we are actually wanting to have this act. And when we were presenting this to the parliament, they said it's long overdue. So, but of course, then better late than never. But this is something that we hope that is going to actually shape the kind of transformation with regard to protection to the credit consumers into the future. So what it's going to do is that once we have this law, there's going to be an establishment of the Consumer Credit Commission as actually a body that would look at the overall policy and direction how we are protecting the credit consumers in the country. There is a bit of complexity here because we are doing it in phases. As I did allude earlier, is that we are going to do it where step by step. What the commission is going to do is that first we are going to regulate those currently not regulated. And meaning that the buy now pay later, factoring, leasing, and also the debt collection agencies and other credit service providers currently not regulated at all. So that is going to be the first step. So hopefully the issue later on we're going to discuss the buy now pay later. We can actually monitor this better and we can regulate it better, and that also help to protect credit consumers. Second phase actually is a very important phase where we are going to actually take over the Consumer Credit Commission, take over the supervision and also how we regulate the money lenders and the pawnbrokers. I mean, all of you may not be aware that there are actually about more than 4,000 money lenders, in the country. There are close to 1,000 pawnbrokers in the country. And the volume of transaction, when we talk about the money lenders, we don't have data for Sabah and Sarawak, but we have some data that we got from KPKT. in Semenanjung, Malaysia, is about 11 billion ringgit. So it's not a small sum. It's 11 billion ringgit. People that actually borrow, from money lending companies. Pawnbroking activities, we're talking about 26 billion industry and annually, in the country. So there are actually a lot of financial consumers that do actually, use money lenders as well as pawnbrokers. How they are actually getting fund or even try to borrow money for them to carry on with their lives on a daily basis. So these are currently, under the very archaic law 1951 Money Lenders Act. We're talking about 1972 Pawnbrokers Act. These are actually an old act that does not really have a proper structured regulatory or even protection for the credit consumers. So the idea is that under phase two, this actually will be brought over into the commission, and that would be an opportunity for the Consumer Credit Commission to actually regulate and supervise the entire ecosystem of the non-bank credit in the country. And in that sense, we can actually streamline the way that we are going to protect those credit consumers who are not just borrowing from banks, but actually are borrowing from the other credit providers in the country as well. So by then, we are be able to consolidate the supervision and as well as how we're going to protect the entire credit consumers, that borrow from non-banking sector. And of course, at that time, we still would rely on the Bank Negara to regulate with regard to consumer credit protection that those who are actually borrowing from banks. So those are actually the approach that we take when we are going to phases. But importantly is that this actually the ultimate objective in the third phase. Hopefully, this is based on a plan. We're talking about 2031, where we are going to have a model of regulatory and supervisory framework for the financial system. We're going to have one, what we term as prudential authority, that will remain with Bank Negara Malaysia. And there will be another authority, what we term as a conduct authority, that look at how financial institutions, not just banks, but every financial institution in the country, that will be able to undertake the activities in the proper manner with regard to conduct, and also very responsible in terms of how they are providing loans and providing lending activities, for the credit consumer. So there would be two, what we call it as a twin peak model. One authority looking at financial soundness or the financial system as a whole, as stability, financial stability. And the other authority will be focusing more in terms of what kind of conduct, so what kind of behavior, and how we are able to protect the financial consumers at large. So that would be a greater focus, and that would be, I would think, a better environment, how we actually be able to achieve both objectives from the financial stability perspective, but then also to make sure that all financial consumers in the country are actually well protected based on the professionalism, based on the good conduct of the credit providers for the country. So that is the big picture, why we are actually approaching this way, and why it's not done a big bang. There had been question asked to us, why not just do it one shot? Why in phases? Because we want to also manage the current environment and to make sure that we can do it in a very orderly manner. And importantly is that we want to continuously build the capacity and capability of the Consumer Credit Commission to undertake a bigger role. And they have to prove their ability from phase one, and how it's going to get into phase two, and after that justify based on the outcome and also based on its effectiveness, how it can justify for the country to move towards phase three.
Okay.
So that actually is the picture that I would like to paint, how the Consumer Credit Act actually is going to evolve, and how that actually is going to be exciting, for the financial consumers for the country, about better protection from them, and also a more holistic and I would say a more comprehensive approach. But it needs to be done in a measured manner, so that we can actually achieve the outcome in the best way possible.
Okay. Now, this phased approach, does it have anything to do with the industry's players' readiness? What would you say the readiness level is now as they prepare for the CCA's rollout?
Yeah. So when we actually undertake this initiative, we know there is actually a significant transformation effort by the government. So we already actually engage with stakeholders, and we actually have done this for actually about 2 years or so already. So when we plan that we are going to regulate, for example, like that buy now, pay later companies, so we know they're already in the market. There are already three main players, buy now, pay later companies that offer buy now, pay later products, and we have been engaging them early on. So in fact, when we have the continuous discussion with them, they say when is the law is going to come up because they are actually ready, to be regulated as wise because they know that any regulation which is done in a proportionate, in a balanced manner, actually should be good for the industry. It does engender greater confidence about the activities, what they are doing. And importantly, also, they believe they are in congruence, that they must actually be behaving in the proper manner. And importantly, also, they want to be actually a very responsible lender as well. So this where why the regulation it would need to be done in a very balanced, in a very proportionate manner, because these are not banks. Most of them, these are actually non-bank credit provider. They may be small. Some of them actually never been regulated before. So how is it going to be done and how is it going to be implemented? It must be done in the very, I would say, balanced approach, because we do not want unintended consequences. If we are over-regulating an industry, that would be what we term as regulatory burden. There will be cost to the industry, and usually when they are serving consumer, cost will be passed on to consumer. You know, so very, I would say, robust or very intensive regulation ended up consumers paying for it. These are actually a very normal things that's going to happen. Cost will be passed on. So we are cognizant of that, meaning that we want to do it in a proportionate manner, so that while it's going to benefit in terms of confidence, in terms of how the industry is going to operate, but what's important here is that we are not going to overburden them, because we know that at the end of the day, it's going to be costly to the consumers as well. So that actually the balance that any regulator needs to be good at, how you are actually doing it in a very proportionate manner. So that's where engagement is very important, to understand the industry, what they're doing, and what kind of potential harm they could actually pose to the credit consumers. Because our objective actually is to protect credit consumers from harm, from practices that is going to be unfair or detrimental to the credit consumers. For example, like predatory lending, excessive interest rate charges, or conduct that is unreasonable, promotion that are actually inaccurate and misleading. All those sort of things need to be be eradicated from the system. But to do that, business are continuing to do business, and they are value proposition. Even later, when we discuss about buy now pay later, we will find out actually there are value proposition that actually being provided for to the credit consumers. It may be a stigma to some people, saying that buy now pay later, it is for people who are splashing money, or buying unnecessary items, more lifestyle. But later on, we are going to show that actually it's not the case. So this is something that we want to be objective about it. We want to be data driven, and it must be coming from a very good, well informed understanding. So that's where for the research community, this is going to be useful.
Yeah.
Because they need to be data, they need to be good analytics, they need to be good philosophical understanding of how things evolve. As e-commerce, maybe we are jumping to the next, maybe the next question is about the buy now pay later.
Yeah.
So we are going to show a trend, something that that is going to be interesting for the audience here. It does actually capture something that you may not have heard before, something that actually very interesting to follow through in your future research work, I
Okay.
believe.
All right. So before we jump into BNPL, perhaps you can share first about some findings from the recent CCOB survey. What do
Yeah.
you think, from your readings of the findings, what do you think would be standing out most to you? And also maybe some areas of concern that you think needs immediate attention.
Yeah. Okay, so I think there's a slide. My team can just flash out that particular slide that reflect the survey, result that we did. So earlier on, before we undertook the survey, of course, when we were tabling to the parliament, even some of the members of the parliament were saying that we should not allow buy now pay later, because that is going to cause a lot of problems, especially those people of lower income using buy now pay later, or even the young generation, because of the peer pressure or many other reasons, are starting to use buy now pay later to purchase things. So the thinking is that we should limit it. You should not allow even certain age groups to use buy now pay later, or maybe cap it that you cannot, a certain level of income you can only use a certain amount. So there are so many expectations and things being highlighted, what we shouldn't do or what we can do. So based on that, we felt that to be well informed, let's actually undertake a survey. So we call in a survey about 21,000 active buy now pay later users. Try to understand, what they use it for, who are they, the demography, and also the kind of spending, and also their own understanding about buy now pay later, and what do they think about buy now pay later products, whether it's actually useful or good for them. So as you all can anticipate, currently, we're talking about the growth of e-commerce, is almost exponential, right? You shop online, become second nature, something that is no longer, a strange thing.
Yeah.
Everyone is doing that already. So naturally enough, if you are actually using e-commerce platform for you to purchase for your day-to-day activities, there will be people who are offering credit on that platform as well. You know, so even now, even if you go to the shops, they are also already buy now pay later, not actually online, but even at the at the premises, they are also offering buy now pay later products as well. So practically, it become a mainstream. It become a mainstream because it is convenient, it is easy, and it is something that people know that they can manage it very well and very easily as well. So if you can show the survey results, I think not this one, not okay, yeah. So I'm not sure whether you can see it, but we can actually share the slides to the audience, after this. So it reflects that we see that many of those who are actually using buy now pay later, they do not have any other credit line, you know. And our survey result also indicate that actually 70% or around that number are actually those people who are their income are actually 5,000 and below. So meaning that if we categorize them as B40, 70% are B40s actually using the buy now pay later.
Okay.
And about 40% or so, 42 or 43% are actually youth, 30 years old and below. So they actually use a lot buy now pay later. Then second point is that people may have initial thoughts that they are using it for lifestyle, buying things that, maybe just to keep up, with the peers and everything like that. But our survey results indicated that majority use it for the necessities.
Yeah.
So they are buying for the day-to-day things that they want. So because of that, then it has actually shifted the thinking that is already being used, as a common facilitation, how they actually buy things on a daily basis. And importantly, majority of them, 88%, are able to pay without problems, paying on time. About 11% actually maybe slightly delayed, but still pay. Maybe they are 1 or 2 days delayed and they got reminder, after that they pay. And less than 1% actually don't pay. So the issue is that people are managing it, can be argued they are managing it responsibly. So the point is that we cannot assume that people who are using buy now pay later are irresponsible user. So that's where we have to actually, make this clear that this how the behavior and the practice currently, of using buy now pay later. But of course, as a regulator, later on the Consumer Credit Commission, we are going to have our own way of trying to dissect what are the risks to the credit consumers. For example, if we see that the providers are recklessly giving to those people who cannot afford, what it means is that their non-performing loans level is going to go up, meaning that people actually cannot pay, although they are actually getting the credit line. So if that is the scenario, then we should be careful because buy now pay later companies are giving to those people who actually cannot afford to pay back. So that's where the threshold is. But it's going to still be something that we have to monitor and see whether there is untoward risk towards this. So currently, based on our assessment, based on the data that we got from the buy now pay later companies, the non-performing, meaning that if they supposed to pay today and tomorrow they still have not paid, is considered as already a non-payment. We don't wait until 1 week or 2 weeks. The classification are very stringent. The next day you don't pay. If you don't pay tomorrow, is the day after is already considered as a non-payment. So the current non-payment ratio is only 3.5%. We're talking about outstanding debt for buy now pay later is about currently about 4.2, if I'm not mistaken, 4.2 billion. Only 3.5% of that amount actually is not paid. So that's where the question is that whether 3.5% is considered something that is alarming to us. That's where that's the role of regulator to monitor, to see whether it's considered as accepted tolerance level. So what we can say from our survey results is that that at the moment they are still being used in a quite responsible manner by the users. So we are not going to prejudge to say that these are bad users using buy now pay later, because most of them are diligent and they are paying, and we are not seeing yet any stress point with regard to the use of buy now pay later that could affect the overall household indebtedness for Malaysia. So in fact, when we talk about household indebtedness in Malaysia, we're talking about 1.65 trillion of amount of household debts, and 60% actually housing loan. We're talking about 13% are the vehicle loan, hire purchase, buying cars and all this, and 12% are personal loan. And buy now pay later loan is only about 4 billion outstanding, 4 to 5 billion, and it's only comprising 0.3% of household indebtedness. So we do not want to create so-called fear factor to say that buy now pay later is going to cause significant household indebtedness. But what's important here is that the nature of the product do target the low-income people as well as the youth. So that's where the vulnerability aspect needs to be looked into. Meaning that whether cumulatively the poorer segment of the population are actually debt stacking. We call it debt stacking, meaning that they're accumulating more and more debt. And buy now pay later is another addition to the existing debt they already have that could altogether create an environment where they become over indebted. And as a result, that could be detrimental to the household. So we need to actually follow through and assess this in a very precise manner. What level it becomes a threshold. So for those who out there, all of you who are doing analytics, doing research, these are very, very interesting area, that you need to see, because there are various dimensions. First dimension in terms of affordability, income, expenditure, can they afford to actually add on more debt? Secondly, behavioral, in terms of because of the e-commerce, shopping online, everything are so seamless, no friction. You just say yes straight away that you get the loan. So there is no kind of like step back and think about it. Hey, should I take this loan or not? So the kind of seamlessness, the technology enablement that creates it, it does actually change behavior, how people react to things. So that's where research would come in to understand whether people do step back. While you can easily make a decision, do you actually step back to make an assessment?
Mm.
You know, because of the seamlessness of the way that things are being done currently. So that's where what kind of behavioral change that we need to shape. You know, how do we teach our young people? To think about carrying out spending, carrying out about how to purchase things. So it does actually generate, different set of discussion about how do we actually be able to educate, and even from the research perspective, what kind of behavior that is actually being shaped, what kind of the credits providers that are actually evolving in the market,
Mhm.
and what kind of products and services that are being offered. Of course, today people are looking at buy now pay later. Maybe next year or tomorrow there will be another products that can be very creative and innovative that attract consumers. So because of this dynamism, agility actually is required, not just from the practitioner's point of view,
Mhm.
even from the regulator point of view, but importantly when we are undertaking research, how actually we should be more forward looking and not just looking back at what happened in the past, but to be anticipatory what actually could happen into the future, given the very fast moving things around us. So that's where this thing very very interesting for the research community
Mm-mm.
in the university to undertake research that is actually more forward looking and not just actually be using old data, but you need to anticipate what potentially could be happening into the future. Of course, the idea is that when we have the Consumer Credit Commission, the commission also will be advising the government with regard to the policy on the credit, and also protection to the credit consumer. So we will be advising the government, but we believe that we cannot do it alone. We need to actually work with the entire ecosystem. We need to discuss with the industry.
Mm.
We need to discuss with the research community so that we can actually maybe empower research more,
Mhm.
how to undertake a better assessment currently or even into the future. And we need to actually strengthen our financial education. As Dato' Norma mentioned just now, there are still a lot of things that we need to do with regard to financial education. And one of the key challenges that how to contextualize financial education that is going to be meaningful, relevant, timely, and to be able to cater for different phases of one's life. So that's something that need to be worked more. How do we actually create even curriculum at school? Of course, there is already some kind of effort towards that, but we may have to actually shape financial education differently, actually to create the resiliency and the agility and the mindset. Because even for us, like myself, maybe yourself, maybe others, sometimes we actually stuck with what we believe and what we have been practicing and continue with that without actually changing the way that what the new thing should be. So this where we need to actually build the thinking process, capacity and capability of our young people early, so that it becomes something that is natural, not because once they want to after they leave university they're going to work, then only they start thinking, because they are forced to say, okay, how do I start saving? But the DNA of saving should be even earlier than that, right? Not to say that when I have income, then only start saving. But the DNA of knowing that saving is important, why compounding factor actually useful. You cannot start saving when it's too late because it's not going to give you the kind of protection that you want. So these are the things that we think the research community can do a lot more. How do you bring up all this perspective? Another perspective that I think I would like to share with the research community, the universities, and all those who are really excited about research is that we need to also shape government policies, you know. And we hope that if we have actually a better data point, for example, like currently, we may have 900 over 1,000 people who are borrowing from money lenders, right? And even using pawnbrokers for their cash flow. So the point is that we actually do not know, what segment of the population these are. You know, we don't even know, that even when we get further data from the KPKT, even those who have income 500 ringgit and below also borrow from money lenders. So the point is that the question is that if there are too many of these people, practically they should not be allowed to borrow because they should fall under the government safety net, not to put them into borrowing that cause household indebtedness, but at the end of the day to the detriment because it's going to affect the future. So the point is that all this data would be useful for the government to understand where is, I would say, uh, what would be the gaps, and whether our social safety net are considered as sufficient, comprehensive, are able to target the right segment of the society. Or maybe there needs to be a more holistic, comprehensive social safety net for Malaysian as a whole. So all these data points are useful, but at the moment, many of those we do not have. So the idea is that Consumer Credit Commission hopefully can be able to gather a lot more data with regard to those more vulnerable segment of the population that are continuously borrowing, from our financial system. Because financial system are not just the banking system. It is the entire ecosystem that may include even the capital market, that may include the money lending, pawnbroking, buy now, pay later, and many more things, that are currently not covered. So the idea is that to be able to see the entire picture of indebtedness of the society. So this is a journey that we want to go to, and this is something that we hope that the research community would really going to be part of it, because you are going to maybe in the future get a lot more data, but importantly also you can undertake your own research, to population, as well as try to uncover a lot more with regard to the behavioral dimension, as well as maybe a more targeted research on the certain segments of the users of the of credit in the country. So these are the things that I think based on the Consumer Credit Act, actually it actually is going to broaden and enable a lot more data points and a lot more engagements. How we can actually discover more, get more understanding about many things that are related to credit consumer or even financial consumers at large. And importantly, how do we actually shape the country in terms of what would be responsible lending practices are. But importantly is that with greater knowledge, with greater understanding, and that understanding, what I mean is that financial consumers now should be able to know actually what is this law protecting me with, because there are 11 principles that we're talking about in terms of the accountability on the credit provider, in terms of they should be professional, they should not mislead, they should not misrepresent. So these are the what we term as conduct that are prohibited, and if they are doing it consciously, and if they're doing it in a way that is in a systematic manner, that actually is a very severe offense under the law. They could actually be fined up to 5 million. They could be jailed to 5 years for this type of offense. But there are others, for example, in terms of promotion, marketing. There are lots of things being marketed and being promoted that may be quite irresponsible. There are other areas like in terms of fee and charges. And importantly is that the public needs to know, sometimes they don't really quite understand if they are being charged 4%, 5% flat rate, they think that is all right. Doesn't seem to be excessive. But the effective interest rate could be 5 to 6%. So you may not really quite understand actually how much the actual cost of borrowing that you have to incur. So this require understanding of the public about the cost of borrowing that I have to incur. Truly, what actually is the cost, rather than what is being said and what is being promoted. So all these things require education, require understanding. And at the one negara yesterday, they say that can KPDN or Consumer Credit Commission later come up with a calculator, So if they are saying that this interest rate is so and so and as much, then they just put that number, then what it translates into the effective interest rate. So we potentially can actually provide that so that they can really know the true cost of their borrowing. Of course, sometimes it's not just about the interest charges or the profit rate per se, but it can also be other fee that we don't know. So these are something that where awareness, and understanding and transparency actually is very important. So we are actually requiring the credit provider to be more transparent about fee, about charges, and we are introducing the concept of they must actually explain to you what is the effective cost, meaning that effective interest charges or effective profit rate that you are charging the consumer. So that would be a new thing that would be required, on the credit provider. There are other areas. One important area is that affordability assessment. We are actually mandating the credit provider to undertake affordability assessment, meaning that they have to be able to assess whether you can actually afford the loan. You may be able to afford the loan that you have gotten before, but if you're getting the new loan here, then potentially you may not be able to pay anymore. So the question is that you have to undertake affordability assessment to see that if you take this loan, can you continuously be able to honor the obligation of paying this loan until the end? So that actually is the concept of affordability. So based on that, that requirement actually would be put mandatorily on the credit provider. They cannot say, I don't want to do that. I just check with CTOS, I check with CCRIS, I check with whatever that you have done before. You are good. I'm going to give you the loan. Not enough. You have to say, you have to look into the future, whether they can actually be able to pay, unless they can see that the person have more income in the future, maybe they can project that. And based on that, they need to calculate affordability. Then only they can lend. So that is actually a requirement. The other important point that we are putting in the law is that the need to consider if there is going to be a financial hardship. Sometimes, the borrower lost a breadwinner, or the borrower business premises affected by flood, or they may be, something happened, they are sick, chronic illnesses, something like that. So for this, they are not in the position to actually pay the debt because of that situation. So in that scenario, it is actually obligated on the credit provider to consider for that this borrower to be provided some kind of restructuring, rescheduling, or some consideration. Previously, it's based on goodwill, based on the willingness of the credit provider to do so, but it is now mandated in the law, meaning that they cannot say, oh, I don't want to consider because you already contracted with me, you signed the sales and purchase agreement, you signed the borrowing terms and condition, you have to pay me regardless of what. That one cannot be like that anymore, because they have to consider, because this particular situation, it warrants a consideration, because it's not something that they actually plan, something that happened to them, which is unfortunate. So because of that, it is actually put in the law that they have to consider. We are not forcing them to say that you must, discount, or you must, forgive the interest. No, but we're saying that you must look at the specific situation, evaluate it, and see how you can actually support and help and provide assistance to that particular borrower. So these are the things that we are actually, putting in the law. Hopefully that actually provide greater protection, and also maybe better peace of mind for the credit consumers as well.
All right, AJ. Unfortunately, we've actually run out of time. But as a final takeaway for the audience today, before we wrap up the session, perhaps what's one last call to action that you would like the audience to leave the room with today, be it policymakers, researchers, educators?
I think we are talking about environment where for Malaysia, our household indebtedness is about 84, 85%. So it's one of the highest in the region. So government recognizing that we actually have a high level of household indebtedness. Then the question is that, we need to be, I would say, be diligent, and we need to actually be, monitoring this very, very closely. And at the moment, it does not really hamper in terms of the household consumption. The growth is still healthy. But the point is that, we need to be proactive, and we need to be able to manage risk in a measured manner. For example, like in Korea, at one time, they have a very high level of household indebtedness. That subsequently led to the economic downturn, meaning that if we do not manage household indebtedness well, it can actually affect the economy of the country. It can be a setback to the economy, as well as the life of the people as well. So as a responsible regulator, we need to know how we are going to monitor and how we're going to manage this. But in managing this, it is actually a collective effort. And very importantly also, household themselves need to understand, because you are going to be empowered more with the law and regulation. There are protection for you, but you need to be empowered and you need to be responsible for yourself. So it's not about what the regulator, what the government can do, but what's important here is that what I can do to protect myself and how I build my own resilience. So this way, I think the point is for everyone here is that how are we actually engendering the kind of study, the kind of research, the kind of understanding what the policymakers need to do, how we are actually building resiliency, for our people. In multidimensional. Resiliency can also be the angle of we need to raise the level of income of people. It's not just about managing your debts, but we need to see is that how we move up the value chain, right? Because if you undertake value added activity, you are actually supposed to be able to be remunerated accordingly with higher level of income. So it cannot be only one sided. It has to be addressed from the angle of how to progress, how to move up the value chain, how to be more productive so we can have higher level of income that will be able to support our spending. And that's what's going to support the economy. So from the research point of view, it has to be also how we actually empower our people to be able to be more entrepreneurship, to be more, be able to move up the value chain so that we can actually, be more productive. And at the end of the day, have, a better financial wellness. So the point is that it's interrelated to education, how the universities building the talents that be able to meet the demand, of the economy, not just now, but also into the future. So these are actually the kind of research that we need to do because we need to empower people more. So what I'm actually sharing today is only one part of it, where we're talking about credit consumer protection, financial consumer protection, about financial wellness, in terms of education, about spending, and about all those. But importantly is that we need to also address the other dimension, how we are looking at actually empowering people so that there will be greater entrepreneurship, there will be greater creativity, innovation. There will be greater kind of activity that bring them up to the higher level. Because the point is that, on a daily basis, some people say that, oh, I can just, join Grab, I just do as a gig worker, I don't have to study because I can just get an income on daily basis. If I want to work, I work. If I don't want to work, I don't have to. Now, if I'm hard pressed for money, I go and start to do my, my Grab, drive, or become a drive partner and things like that, or even delivery, Grab delivery, or so all these things are actually, although they are gig workers, are important, but we have to see entire ecosystem, how we empower people, with knowledge, capabilities, with creativity and innovation that move us up the value chain. So that is the one that is going to really, sustain in terms of how we are able to, be able to be contributing to the economy, and how we are going to be resilient, as an individual and also a household. So the dimension of research is not just about what we are discussing today, but actually it's wide ranging. It touches on the kind of preparation, education, entrepreneurship, creativity, innovation, and the value add. And of course, we hope that we are going to continue AKPK to continue to ensure that your financial education, financial awareness, and how you're supporting the public who are actually in debt. Those are important. But what is critical is that it has to be actually work together with all in the ecosystem. Policymakers, the regulators, importantly the universities, the education fraternity, and of course today, all those faculties and also research. So you are going to play actually important role to shape, policy making, as well as how we also, I would say, be able to come up with a more forward-looking understanding of what kind of the right policy that should be done now. Not wait until when something comes up, then only we're thinking about it, but should be more anticipatory and also forward-looking.
Definitely, definitely. Thank you so much, AG, for walking us through the landscape and giving us a pathway to move forward as we move deeper into the other discussions that will be coming up today. Once again, a round of applause for our guest, AG Abu Hassan.
Thank you.
And I now hand it back to Mr. MC.
Thank you, Azaria, and of course, thank you to AG Abu Hassan for that crucial unpacking of the CCOB framework. Now we would like to invite Ms. Azaria and AG Abu Hassan to return to the seats for a photography session together with the audience. Please welcome. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome our official photographers up to the stage for a special photography session. So, ladies and gentlemen, please make sure that you look good for the picture. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to refuel. So, ladies and gentlemen, please proceed to the designated area for our morning coffee break. So, the break is about 10 minutes. So, please be back in the room at 10:50 a.m. So, ladies and gentlemen, grab a refreshment, spark a discussion, and be back sharply in this room together. Thank you.
Hidup ini seperti jengga, rapuh jika tersalah langkah, teguh jika bijak menyusun. Aku berjanji untuk berjaya.
Oh, ayah! Tengok ni, ayah dapat apa?
Tekad mengubah nasib keluarga.
Game apa ni? Okay, go serang dia! Main kau main.
Adik, kau ni 24 jam main game. Kelas tak pergi, syarah cari.
Bising lah kau ni. Backup lah aku cepat sikit. Scam ke ni?
Namun, aku tersilap langkah. Segalanya runtuh sekelip mata.
Farida hancurkan harapan mak di Maya.
Tapi jatuh bukan noktah. Aku bangkit, aku belajar. Kali ini dengan lebih bijak, mengenal kesilapan dan menyusun semula. Langkah demi langkah untuk aku kembali lebih kuat.
Setiap langkah kecil membawa kita menuju impian besar. Tiada jalan yang mudah, namun impian memacu langkah. Ilmu adalah teman, keluarga adalah akar.
Berat ke nak?
Menyubur tekad dan harapan. Mereka cerminan motivasi, mengajarkan kerja keras dan kesabaran. Setiap usaha adalah tekad meraih ilmu berharga, pemangkin kekuatan menuju kejayaan. Pendidikan adalah kunci, membuka jalan perubahan. Dari rimba ke menara, dari impian ke kenyataan. Bukti bahawa perubahan itu pasti.
Seperti jengga, rapuh jika tersalah langkah, teguh jika bijak menyusun. Aku berjanji untuk berjaya.
Oh, ayah. Tengok ni. Dapat apa?
Tekad mengubah nasib keluarga.
Game apa ni? Okay, go serang dia. Main kau main.
Adik, kau ni 24 jam main game. Kelas tak pergi, syarah cari.
Bising lah kau ni. Backup lah aku cepat sikit. Scam ke ni?
Namun, aku tersilap langkah. Segalanya runtuh sekelip mata.
Farida hancurkan harapan mak di Maya.
Tapi jatuh bukan noktah. Aku bangkit, aku belajar. Kali ini dengan lebih bijak, mengenal kesilapan dan menyusun semula. Langkah demi langkah untuk aku kembali lebih kuat.
Setiap langkah kecil membawa kita menuju impian besar. Tiada jalan yang mudah, namun impian memacu langkah. Ilmu adalah teman, keluarga adalah akar.
Berat ke nak?
Menyubur tekad dan harapan. Mereka cerminan motivasi, mengajarkan kerja keras dan kesabaran. Setiap usaha adalah tekad meraih ilmu berharga, pemangkin kekuatan menuju kejayaan. Pendidikan adalah kunci, membuka jalan perubahan. Dari rimba ke menara, dari impian ke kenyataan. Bukti bahawa perubahan itu pasti.
Seperti jengga, rapuh jika tersalah langkah, teguh jika bijak menyusun. Aku berjanji untuk berjaya.
Oh, ayah. Tengok ni. Dapat apa?
Tekad mengubah nasib keluarga.
Game apa ni? Okay, go serang dia. Main kau main.
Adik, kau ni 24 jam main game. Kelas tak pergi, syarah cari.
Bising lah kau ni. Backup lah aku cepat sikit. Scam ke ni?
Namun, aku tersilap langkah. Segalanya runtuh sekelip mata.
Farida hancurkan harapan mak di Maya.
Tapi jatuh bukan noktah. Aku bangkit, aku belajar. Kali ini dengan lebih bijak, mengenal kesilapan dan menyusun semula. Langkah demi langkah untuk aku kembali lebih kuat.
Setiap langkah kecil
membawa kita menuju impian besar. Tiada jalan yang mudah, namun impian memacu langkah. Ilmu adalah teman,
Nina,
keluarga adalah akar.
berat ke nak?
Menyubur tekad dan harapan.
Kongsikan
Mereka cerminan motivasi,
Nak?
mengajarkan kerja keras dan kesabaran. Setiap usaha adalah tekad meraih ilmu berharga, pemangkin kekuatan menuju kejayaan. Pendidikan adalah kunci, membuka jalan perubahan, dari rimba ke menara, dari impian ke kenyataan. Bukti bahawa perubahan itu pasti.
Seperti jengga, rapuh jika tersalah langkah, teguh jika bijak menyusun. Aku berjanji untuk berjaya.
Ayah! Tengok ni. Dapat apa?
Tekad mengubah nasib keluarga.
Game apa ni?
Go serang dia. Main kau main. Tadi kami 24 jam main game. Kelas tak pergi, syarah cari.
Bising lah kau ni. Backup lah aku cepat sikit. Discount ke ni?
Namun, aku tersilap langkah. Segalanya runtuh sekelip mata.
Mari dah hancurkan harapan mak dengan ayah.
Tapi jatuh bukan noktah. Aku bangkit, aku belajar. Kali ini dengan lebih bijak, mengenal kesilapan dan menyusun semula. Langkah demi langkah untuk aku kembali lebih kuat.
Setiap langkah kecil membawa kita menuju impian besar. Tiada jalan yang mudah, namun impian memacu langkah. Ilmu adalah teman,
Nina,
keluarga adalah akar.
berat ke nak?
Menyubur tekad dan harapan.
Kongsikan
Mereka cerminan motivasi,
Nak?
mengajarkan kerja keras dan kesabaran. Setiap usaha adalah tekad meraih ilmu berharga, pemangkin kekuatan menuju kejayaan. Pendidikan adalah kunci, membuka jalan perubahan, dari rimba ke menara, dari impian ke kenyataan. Bukti bahawa perubahan itu pasti. Setiap langkah kecil membawa kita menuju impian besar. Tiada jalan yang mudah, namun impian memacu langkah. Ilmu adalah teman,
Nina,
keluarga adalah akar.
berat ke nak?
Menyubur tekad dan harapan.
Kongsikan
Mereka cerminan motivasi,
Nak?
mengajarkan kerja keras dan kesabaran. Setiap usaha adalah tekad meraih ilmu berharga, pemangkin kekuatan menuju kejayaan. Pendidikan adalah kunci, membuka jalan perubahan, dari rimba ke menara, dari impian ke kenyataan. Bukti bahawa perubahan itu pasti.
Hidup ini seperti jengga, rapuh jika tersalah langkah, teguh jika bijak menyusun. Aku berjanji untuk berjaya.
Ayah! Tengok ni. Dapat apa?
Tekad mengubah nasib keluarga.
Game apa ni?
Go serang dia. Main kau main. Tadi kami 24 jam main game. Kelas tak pergi, syarah cari.
Bising lah kau ni. scam ke ni?
Namun, aku tersilap langkah. Segalanya runtuh sekelip mata.
Farida hancurkan harapan mak dengan ayah.
Tapi jatuh bukan noktah. Aku bangkit, aku belajar. Kali ini dengan lebih bijak, mengenal kesilapan dan menyusun semula. Langkah demi langkah untuk aku kembali lebih kuat.
Setiap langkah kecil membawa kita menuju impian besar. Tiada jalan yang mudah, namun impian memacu langkah. Ilmu adalah teman, keluarga adalah akar.
Berat ke nak?
Menyubur tekad dan harapan. Mereka cerminan motivasi, mengajarkan kerja keras dan kesabaran. Setiap usaha adalah tekad meraih ilmu berharga, pemangkin kekuatan menuju kejayaan. Pendidikan adalah kunci, membuka jalan perubahan dari rimba ke menara, dari impian ke kenyataan. Bukti bahawa perubahan itu pasti.
Hidup ini seperti jengga, rapuh jika tersalah langkah, teguh jika bijak menyusun. Aku berjanji untuk berjaya.
Oh, ayah. Tengok ni. Dapat apa?
Tekad mengubah nasib keluarga.
Game apa ni?
Okay, go serang dia.
Main kau main.
Tadi kau ni 24 jam main game. Kelas tak pergi, syarah cari.
Bising lah kau ni. Backup lah aku cepat sikit. Scam ke ni?
Namun, aku tersilap langkah. Segalanya runtuh sekelip mata.
Farida hancurkan harapan mak dengan ayah.
Tapi jatuh bukan noktah. Aku bangkit, aku belajar. Kali ini dengan lebih bijak, mengenal kesilapan dan menyusun semula. Langkah demi langkah untuk aku kembali lebih kuat.
Setiap langkah kecil membawa kita menuju impian besar. Tiada jalan yang mudah, namun impian memacu langkah. Ilmu adalah teman, keluarga adalah akar.
Berat ke nak?
Menyubur tekad dan harapan. Mereka cerminan motivasi, mengajarkan kerja keras dan kesabaran. Setiap usaha adalah tekad meraih ilmu berharga, pemangkin kekuatan menuju kejayaan. Pendidikan adalah kunci, membuka jalan perubahan dari rimba ke menara, dari impian ke kenyataan. Bukti bahawa perubahan itu pasti.
Hidup ini seperti jengga, rapuh jika tersalah langkah, teguh jika bijak menyusun. Aku berjanji untuk berjaya.
Oh, ayah. Tengok ni. Dapat apa?
Tekad mengubah nasib keluarga.
Game apa ni?
Okay, go serang dia.
Main kau main.
Tadi kau ni 24 jam main game. Kelas tak pergi, syarah cari.
Bising lah kau ni. Backup lah aku cepat sikit. Scam ke ni?
Namun, aku tersilap langkah. Segalanya runtuh sekelip mata.
Farida hancurkan harapan mak dengan ayah.
Tapi jatuh bukan noktah. Aku bangkit, aku belajar. Kali ini dengan lebih bijak, mengenal kesilapan dan menyusun semula. Langkah demi langkah untuk aku kembali lebih kuat.
Setiap langkah kecil membawa kita menuju impian besar. Tiada jalan yang mudah, namun impian memacu langkah. Ilmu adalah teman,
Nina, nah, masuk dalam beg
keluarga
Nina.
adalah akar.
Berat ke nak?
Menyubur tekad dan harapan.
Kasih kawan.
Mereka cerminan motivasi,
Nah,
mengajarkan kerja keras dan kesabaran. Setiap usaha adalah tekad meraih ilmu berharga, pemangkin kekuatan menuju kejayaan. Pendidikan adalah kunci, membuka jalan perubahan, dari rimba ke menara, dari impian ke kenyataan. Bukti bahwa perubahan itu pasti.
Hidup ini seperti jengga, rapuh jika tersalah langkah, teguh jika bijak menyusun. Aku berjanji untuk berjaya.
Ayah.
Tengok ni. Dapat apa?
Tekad mengubah nasib keluarga.
Game apa ni?
Okay, go serang dia.
Main kau main.
Tadi kau ni 24 jam main game. Kelas tak pergi, syarah cari.
Bising lah kau ni. Backup lah aku cepat sikit. Scam ke ni?
Namun, aku tersilap langkah. Segalanya runtuh sekelip mata.
Saya dah hancurkan harapan mak dengan ayah.
Tapi jatuh bukan noktah. Aku bangkit, aku belajar. Kali ini dengan lebih bijak, mengenal kesilapan dan menyusun semula. Langkah demi langkah untuk aku kembali lebih kuat.
Setiap langkah kecil membawa kita menuju impian besar. Tiada jalan yang mudah, namun impian memacu langkah. Ilmu adalah teman,
Nina, nah, masuk dalam beg
keluarga
Nina.
adalah akar.
Berat ke nak?
Menyubur tekad dan harapan.
Kasih kawan.
Mereka cerminan motivasi,
Nah,
mengajarkan kerja keras dan kesabaran. Setiap usaha adalah tekad meraih ilmu berharga, pemangkin kekuatan menuju kejayaan. Pendidikan adalah kunci, membuka jalan perubahan, dari rimba ke menara, dari impian ke kenyataan. Bukti bahwa perubahan itu pasti.
Hidup ini seperti jengga, rapuh jika tersalah langkah, teguh jika bijak menyusun. Aku berjanji untuk berjaya.
Ayah.
Tengok ni. Dapat apa?
Tekad mengubah nasib keluarga.
Game apa ni?
Okay, go serang dia.
Main kau main.
Tadi kau ni 24 jam main game. Kelas tak pergi, syarah cari.
Bising lah kau ni. Backup lah aku cepat sikit. Scam ke ni?
Namun, aku tersilap langkah. Segalanya runtuh sekelip mata.
Saya dah hancurkan harapan mak dengan ayah.
Tapi jatuh bukan noktah. Aku bangkit, aku belajar. Kali ini dengan lebih bijak, mengenal kesilapan dan menyusun semula. Langkah demi langkah untuk aku kembali lebih kuat.
Setiap langkah kecil membawa kita menuju impian besar. Tiada jalan yang mudah, namun impian memacu langkah. Ilmu adalah teman,
Nina, nah, masuk dalam beg
keluarga
Nina.
adalah akar.
Berat ke nak?
Menyubur tekad dan harapan.
Kasih kawan.
Mereka cerminan motivasi,
Nah,
mengajarkan kerja keras dan kesabaran. Setiap usaha adalah tekad meraih ilmu berharga, pemangkin kekuatan menuju kejayaan. Pendidikan adalah kunci, membuka jalan perubahan, dari rimba ke menara, dari impian ke kenyataan. Bukti bahwa perubahan
All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin our next session of the day. So, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite everyone to please come in and take your seats as we are eager to start our session. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. How was the networking session, everyone? I hope you have refuel and we are able to engage with each other. Now we continue with more insightful discussion. Please stay with me. All right, now, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we now jump into the heart of social well-being with session 2, titled Anticipating Tomorrow's Malaysia, Strategic Research Priorities in the Context of an Aging Nation. Joining Ms. Azaria on stage, please welcome our two esteemed speakers, Mr. Muhammad Mahfukrin Mokhtar, the head of Financial Education Wellbeing Research Center, and Ms. Hawati Abdul Hamid, the head of Social Policy Research, Employees Provident Fund, EPF. Please welcome. Thank you, Asmara Roka. And now, Azaria, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Ichi Ashraf. Once again, thank you everyone for joining us and hope you enjoyed the refreshments and thank you for staying with us as we head into the second session where we discuss anticipating tomorrow's Malaysia, strategic research priorities in the context of an aging nation. And to help us unpack this second topic, we have with us first on the far left is Encik Mahfukrin Mokhtar, the head of Financial Education Wellbeing Research Center, or FEWRC, here at AKPK. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And we also have next to me Puan Hawati Abdul Hamid, the head of Social Policy Research at the Employees Provident Fund, EPF. Thank you, Puan Hawa, for joining us. Now, first of all, we appreciate both of your times for being here and helping us to shed light on this very important topic. But Puan Hawa, if I could begin with you, let's start with the big picture. Now, as we head into this era shaped by rapid digitalization, an aging population, we have climate change, climate challenges. What do you think are some of the biggest mega trends emerging from this, and perhaps some of the risks that we have to foresee in facing some of these shifts?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good morning to everyone. Firstly, thank you to AKPK and Financial Education Network for inviting EPF to be part of this conversation and to be speaking in front of these scholars and research community, which is a very important support groups to what EPF is doing. But before I answer to your question, probably just a bit of introduction about EPF. I know a lot of you already know about EPF. We are the institution that manages the Malaysia Retirement Fund, established since 1950. In that regards, a lot of the time people become interested with FPF at the first quarter of the year when we are announcing our dividend.
Definitely.
But then beyond that, apart from becoming an important social security institution in Malaysia, we are also one of the biggest institutional investor in Malaysia, supporting the development of Malaysia. So in that regards, we are already Malaysia, or EPF is already the 30th biggest pension fund in the world, and definitely we are the biggest in Malaysia. So with that kind of skill that we have, and also the mammoth task that we are given in terms of securing a better retirement future for Malaysia, definitely one of the mega trend that we are particularly interested or pay a lot of attention is aging population. And as we all are aware, I'm sure a lot of us aware in this room that Malaysia is already in this aging state, that where we are already an aging society. And then in the next 20 years, we'll be becoming an aged society. And then another 20 years will be an aged, super aged nation. So if you can imagine a young person who just entered the workforce probably in 2000, in their lifetime when they are working, they will see Malaysia transition from aging to aged and super aged. And I think what is more worrying about the case in Malaysia is the pace of us aging. We are aging quite rapidly. In the next 40 years, there will be a lot more people. Probably I will be part of the statistics. And then there'll be a lot more pressure in terms of our ecosystem, social ecosystem like healthcare, pension system, even our fiscal space, and as well as our GDP growth that hinges upon this productive working population. So definitely for EPF, aging population trend is something that we is our priority in terms of our research, because partly if you talk about those mandates that is closely related to EPF, we really need to better prepare Malaysia in terms of having a better retirement fund, retirement savings, as well as addressing the inadequacy of saving and also the completeness of multi-tiered pillar system in Malaysia. But beyond that, we also do not want Malaysian to take retirement as something that you think through when you are already old. Aging or retirement need to be think head on, even when you are already earning, just enter the workforce, or even while you are still schooling. That's why it is important for us in the discussion of having this good financial literacy, not only among our own stakeholders, which are those who are pensioner or retiring, but also those who are still young. So those are the things I think will be our area that we are focusing on.
All right. Now, we definitely want to build on some of the concerns that you highlighted just now. But before we go into that, we'd like to hear from the FEWRC first. You position yourself as a global think tank. But when it comes to these mega trends that we've mentioned just now and what we're talking about today, how does the FEWRC actually, or how does AKPK decide which topics to prioritize?
Thank you, Zaria. I also would like to thank everyone for joining this intellectual discourse. I can see many familiar faces, and of course, my professors and my teachers are here. So it's quite nervous to talk in front of the teachers, right? So, and what's more, you are students who are not doing your homework. All right. So thanks again. Coming back to the questions and looking at the mega trend, we are, FEWC, maybe first of all, I would like to share, some of you might not know about the FEWRC, Financial Education and Wellbeing Research Center. This is established under AKPK. So the motivation of this establishment of the center is actually looking into research on how we push and nudge policy to a better financial well-being of Malaysian. And in order for us to be more, keep up with the global trend, so that's why we are actually engaging with, worldwide partners, and currently we are also working with some research with counterpart in Japan, and some with looking forward into Thailand and whatnot. So having that engagement, giving us some idea on how to prioritize. And looking at the local context, as mentioned by Puan Hawati on the aging nation, and we are actually becoming to the age nation in the next decade. And also considering, as Governor Abu Hassan mentioned about, the research should be forward-looking. So how do we prioritize our research? Of course, we know that all scholars and researchers in higher learning institutions, they are producing more and more research. And we in research center, in the industry, we should learn how to be more rigorous by looking at the best methodology and whatnot. So with that, we could take that as a literature review and look at how we think forward. Like, for example, research on aging population in this particular context of discussion, we're trying to look at how best can we react now in order for us to prepare a better future scenario. If I may go into the research that we are currently embarking,
Sure.
we are now distributing a data collection on the awareness of healthcare services among the youngsters. That idea is actually based on our engagement with the society. Do you know how many singles person in Malaysia, or what is ranking of ASEAN in ASEAN? Malaysia, can everyone know? Do you know? No? We are in the third place in ASEAN country, having many singles in our country.
Oh.
So
What's the first place?
the first is Philippines, second is Brunei. So the third is, the first Philippines 49%, second is Brunei 44.9, and Malaysia on the third 44.68.
I see. What are the implications of this then?
Okay, so many people are singles, many couples have no children, many couples have only a child. So what happened to those parents when they are aging later? So who need to take care of them? So what we need to think in the future, whether our medical or Medicare ecosystem is enough to cater those who have no children and who have no one to take care of them. So we need to research on this, and awareness of the youngsters, whether they know about the healthcare services, Medicare, how the retirement planning. It's not only, EPF, of course, the amount of EPF is actually for you to survive, for you to buy food. But you have to be mindful that in the aging, during your elder age, you need to also taking care of the medical, healthcare, and whatnot. So how do we prioritize our research? Is to look at what are the future will be coming, and we try to proactively coming up with something so that we could do something, to mitigate and to prepare our future scenario.
All right. Now I hear a lot of chatter in the room. Perhaps there are a lot of singles here as well, but maybe not singles per se. I understand what you're saying. It's not just singles. It's also couples who are child-free or maybe childless, who have to think about how they're going to prepare for their older years, especially not in terms of sociology, as this topic is more clearly related to, but also in terms of healthcare and financial well-being. Now, that's a very interesting point to ponder on as we continue in our discussion. But Puan Hawa, on the same note, what kind of research has EPF actually done to better understand this scenario and perhaps face it better in the future?
Okay, unlike Encik Mafrukin, where he is heading a think tank or research center, I am actually currently attached to a newly set up section under EPF. We call this social policy research, where um, EPF is trying to build internal capacity in terms of dedicated for social policy research. But I must say that the nature of work that EPF have been undertaking all the while have been a lot of it grounded by knowledge and research. And this is where maybe if I can share a bit with this research community today, how actually in phases EPF try to build on the research capacity to actually to inform the policy that uh, we would like to undertake. This is where I know that you already know that Prof. Norma just now have spoken in front of you, that this is where actually early on since 2008, EPF have taken this decision to actually endow a center, so that, you know, like when we are inside the institution, a lot of the time we will be busy firefighting and trying to address the issues of the day. That's why we carve out a bit the research function and put it under SWRC, where we set up in 2008, where we give a bit of endowment fund for them to support the research need that we want to the research need that we need, right, for our policy. And not only that, we not only because we want the rigor coming out from the research, from the academic tradition, but also we want to have a bit more independent view, or even sometimes alternative view, to be the input for the decision making that we want to do. And at the same time, we also want external party to spark the debate, or among the public, among the policymaker, because sometimes when the things really coming out from the institution itself, sometimes the stake, the risk, or the backlash can be even difficult to handle. So sometimes external voices that try to spark conversation can be useful, especially in the case of EPF, whereby I know a lot of Malaysians really love their money put in place in that we manage, and that's why it is very hard for us to even do a bit of redesigning of the schemes. That I know that under RMK 13, you already heard that we are trying to address the retirement gap or pension gap that Malaysia is facing right now. We have a bit of gap in terms of we don't have the tier 0 that is quite universal, available to everyone, and tier 1 where there's a bit of redistribution of the financings of retirement income. And those are the things that we would like to continue to drive the conversation and reforms towards. And that's why I think one of the priority area, to answer your question, is really for us to provide enough and convince the public why we need to do the reform, especially in terms of one particular area. If we manage to do this, is try to redesign the lump sum withdrawal of our scheme, which has become quite difficult to manage because people tend to tend to finish up their saving quite early on, not even being able to keep their saving until end of their life. So there are some policy or reform that we are trying to do in terms of how we can better redesign the system to convert lump sum to monthly income, and this is where research is become very important in terms of us to provide the evidence grounded by data, what would be the adequate level, what would be the balance that we would like to put up to the public in terms of what portion can be withdrawn lump sum and what would be the amount that can need to be drawn down in stages or monthly. So those are the things that some of our priority in terms of our research, and this is where sometimes internally we may not have capacity or skill set, especially in terms of actuarial skill set, because if you know EPF used to be under this scheme, we call this defined contribution, where it is individual account that money come in, we invest, and we just ensure that we provide decent returns or dividends to our members. But under pension system, we also have this scheme called defined benefit, where there are a bit more solidarity and cross-subsidizing of the retirement saving. And this is where another set of skills that need to come into the picture, especially in terms of actuarial valuation. How can we introduce annuity products to accommodate this transition from lump sum to income drawdowns? And this is where we typically right now we reach out to the research community. If I can share with you, I am starting another project with UiTM, who have the skill sets from the science quantitative faculty, so that they come in and bring their skill set expertise in terms of the actuarial skill set that accommodate what we need, right? So those are the things, one or two things that we are doing. And definitely just now, Prof. Norma already mentioned about Belanjawanku. I think this is one of the examples, good example, that how we actually turn the insights from the research to become a policy. With Belanjawanku, we basically have revised the basic saving adequacy. We have this RIA framework where we would like to continuously review the adequacy levels of retirement saving, and this is anchored by Belanjawanku conducted by SWRC. So those are the things that if I can just share a bit. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Now, Puan Hawa and Cik Mafrukin, before we move on, perhaps you'd like to remind the audience that you can send in your questions through the QR code that's displayed on screen every now and then. And if we have time, we will address your questions at the end of this session. Now, with that said, heading into the final lap of this discussion with the time check, less than 10 minutes left, perhaps we could discuss about the way moving forward, looking ahead based on what you've shared today. What do you think should be the main research priorities for Malaysia's landscape moving forward? Perhaps, Jae-in, we'll start with you first.
Right, thank you, Azaria. You know, we are researchers. Sometimes tend to do research. Some people tend to do research who want to solve the world problem, right? And sometimes in the academic context, the body of knowledge and the contribution to the theory, development of the theory is also a part of motivation of the research. So we need to be balanced on that, and moving forward, you know, from the industrial perspective. Of course, the research that we do is also applied research. And the applied research mean the findings can be used for either to nudge policy or even to coming out with the solutions.
Yeah.
And of course, most of our research in AKPK, we actually try to understand the context of the issues and try to advocate society to address that particular gaps. I give you an example, and I would like to shout our collaboration with UM on the elder abuse and neglect research project, where we found that 1 in 10 respondents, elderly, are actually having experience of abuse, financially abuse, and more. I mean, majority, sorry, slightly half than those who are actually being abused actually experience financial abuse. So with that findings and issue that we found, we try to advocate elderly so that they need to be, you know, uh, they need to know how to react, because the reasons, I mean, one of the findings is also suggested that elderly financial abuse and neglect are underreported, meaning they are not report if they actually victim for this elderly. So some of the reason, for example, so they don't want to implicate their family members because the perpetrator actually mainly coming from the immediate family members.
Yeah, usually.
So and 28%, some of them they say that in denial. When the children ask for the money, it's my responsibility to give you money, but they don't realize that they actually being abused by their children. So this kind of finding is actually give us some idea on how to advocate the society. And moving forward, we are actually developing the tools where we can easily detect whether you're actually being abused or not. So this could be available on the public, and maybe perhaps we can be aware of this, and they need to be aware of that particular actions could be consciously taken by other people, and they know where to go, because some people also do not know. 16% they not know where to seek help. For example, if I'm being abused by my children, should I go to the police station and lodge a report? Should I go to the JKM? So where should I go? So they don't know where to go. So most of the findings actually being used for advocacy effort. So coming back to the area of research, what we need to do moving forward, number one is actually how best the research finding could have the implication on the policy recommendation. That's number one. Number two, it's not only the higher level policy implication, maybe for the, like us, AKPK, we do financial education. So perhaps some research finding could give ideas to us on how we educate the society. With the current trend of the NPL, for example, those innovative kind of digital shopping online and whatnot. So we need to have more insight for us to have a better advocacy effort to the society. And I totally agree with the again, Assistant Governor Ibu mentioned that we have to forward thinking. If I may share again, one of the research that we are currently proposing, maybe just to have an idea, maybe perhaps everyone can you can take this idea also to do some research, trying to do some macroeconomic modeling that we can forecast what is actually the future Medicare expenses. I believe there is a model out there. However, perhaps we can have a multiple model who can give a different perspective. For example, some of the variables that could potentially contributed to the increase of the Medicare inflation, Medicare price in the future. So what do we need to do now in order for us to curb this situation so that the medical inflation could be managed? So that the medical expense in the future is not really expensive and it can be affordable to the society. So hopefully we can have that kind of research. Then one more last, if I may add before I conclude, the research should also be used to develop product. Examples, feasibility study on the insurance coverage. Remember that, when I ask you who will be taking care of those elderly, so they need to go to the elderly care services and whatnot. So just imagine if you have insurance product that you, as a youngster, 30 years old, can pay a premium at the age of 70, you can happily go into healthcare services covered. Will you buy that product? So try to do some that kind of research so that we can give some contribution and also idea to the industry so that they can develop that particular product for our future seniors.
All right, wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Puan Hawa, on that note, what research, strategic research areas do you think we should focus on, and especially from EPF's point of view?
Yeah, I think there are a lot of things that we can work on in terms of research with regards to aging society and financial and social well-being. I think as Cik Mahruki has mentioned just now, beyond what he has said and beyond what AG has said, probably I think we also need to look at all the social structure of our society with regards to the family support that is weakening, and how do our social fabrics will be shaped by a lot more aged population, and also as well as those related to mental and health issue. I thought probably those are the things we also want to expand a bit beyond what I am a lot of the time have to focus on income security and financial well-being. But maybe if I can just add one more point, that since there are a lot of interesting topic and pressing issue that we need to address on, but there are so much that we can do on our own, and that's why we need to collaborate even more. That's why I am particularly encouraged by sitting in this community, in the network of financial education, so that we support each other. We don't start from step one, because a lot of the research has been done. We can just step on all the insight that have been generated and just expand the body of knowledge from there. I think in that sense, I think EPF have shown our commitment and also our affection on research by putting investment on think tank research and collaboration that we would like to undertake. And I hope this positivity can continue on.
All right, definitely. Now, thank you so much both for your insight, but I think we have a few minutes, but I see two participants are still typing their questions into the Slido. So far, there's only one, if we have time to answer this.
Yeah,
Jane?
maybe before we go to the questions,
Yeah.
if I may, before I forget, we actually by end of today's session, we will promote the call for papers, because we need fellow researchers to contribute and submit your papers.
Okay.
So hopefully those research papers, very tight deadline, 2 weeks for you to submit and 2 weeks for us to consider. It will be done within this month, and MC will be announcing later. So hopefully we can have more collaboration. We need more researchers in the community.
All right. Hopefully, if anybody has any ideas, you can collaborate together.
Yeah.
Okay, now moving to the questions provided by the audience. Both questions are from anonymous submissions. First up, is there enough publicly available data for research to be conducted by public or private institutions or think tanks, especially when it comes to care, which has only recently just become a priority for Malaysia under RMK 13? And this person also asks, who is the anchor ministry that manages care? In, would you like to take that?
All right. Thank you for the question. To answer the question whether there is enough publicly available data for research to be conducted by public think tank, I would say it's actually developing, and based on financial education network, we have a research committee, EPF, ICMR, PNBRI, Banagara. We are actually continuously discussing about the topics, and this topic on aging nation is actually becoming more popular in the discussion. So I would say it's actually currently developing, and hopefully we can still add on more insights into the public domain for research.
All right. Now, this next question is for EPF, and I think this will have to be the final question. In EPF's perspective, will defined benefit be more financial resilience with the increase of cost of living? And if yes, will EPF recommend defined benefit to the policymakers?
Okay, in terms of the pension income, as as advocated by ILO, there's no one size fits all, meaning that the ILO is actually promoting multi-tiered pension pillars, that we should not just rely on defined benefit alone or defined contribution. If you look at ILO framework of multi-tiered pillar pension system, they are recommending at least we have 3 or 4 pillars, starting with pillar 0, which is maybe a bit hard for Malaysia to do it, which is fully tax funded. And this should basically enable people to just meet their basic needs, so that the pension floor can be extended to everyone. But right now in Malaysia, we have a bit of that kind of scheme under Bantuan Warga Emas, but the coverage is still small. So ideally, if we want to follow the international standard, we should have tier 0, which is fully tax funded, and then we have another pillar that add on to the adequacy. We call this employment tied pillar, which have a bit of solidarity, a bit of cross financing, pooling the longevity risk and sharing the financing. And then we have another, the 0, 1, 2, which is under the space of EPF, where we have our own retirement pot that we build on our own, right? And then we have another pillar that to provide a bit more space for the private sector, and also for people to be a bit more, take a bit more, probably a bit of risk to put their saving for retirement. So that's why I would not say that defined benefit is the only apa kita kata one a solution for our income adequacy during old age, but the international standard is recommending a multi-tiered pillar system.
All right, wonderful. Now, unfortunately, that's all the time we have. I would love to go through all the questions, some really interesting questions in there. Thank you so much for submitting. But that's all the time we have for this session. So, Puan Hawa and Che-In, thank you so much for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, a round of applause for our guests. And Encik Ashraf, back to you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Azaria, and thank you to our speakers, Che-In and Puan Hawa, for dissecting that vital link between research and national stability. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we move now to the capital markets in session 3. Focus on fostering financial wisdom, bridging research gaps for sustainable financial well-being. Please welcome our final panel of the moderated sessions, Ms. Alia Nasihin, the Vice President of Research and Development Institute for Capital Market Research, ICMR, and Wan Farhana Roslan, the head of BNB Research Institute, BNBRI. Please welcome. All right, that was very soothing. And now, over to you, Azaria.
Thank you so much, Insha Ashraf. Now, once again, thank you for joining us for this third session. For this session, my guests are Ms. Alia Nasihin, Vice President of Research and Development at ICMR, and also, once again, Ms. Farhana Roslan, Head of PNB Research Institute. But before we get deeper into discussion and begin with our session today, let's first take a look at this short video.
Or sound?
Ago, and at the time I needed a textbook, and so it seemed natural for me to look at some of the popular books that are out there because there are a ton of them. And as I was reading them, I thought, wow, there's a lot in here that is totally at variance with what economists would say is the right thing to do, and there are some things in there that are just factually wrong. At the time, it seemed to me that it would be quite interesting to do a more systematic study of what these popular authors are telling their readers, because there are millions of these readers out there, and they are probably more influential than economists are. Then I ended up picking the 50 most popular books that are out there according to the website Goodreads, and just did a systematic survey of what these books were telling their readers. And so the earliest book in my sample was published in 1926, The Richest Man in Babylon. And I think this is actually one of the most influential personal finance books that has been published in the 20th century, because you see themes from The Richest Man in Babylon being repeated over and over again across many dozens of other books. So that was the oldest book in my sample, and then there were books that were published in the 2000s as well. A lot of the books have some pretty common themes in their advice, so it's not like you read 50 books and they're all telling you 50 different things. There are certain tropes that come up over and over again. Probably the one that has the most significant impact on the reader's welfare is about savings behavior. Economists would say that what you want to do is to consume or spend a similar amount of money in every period of your life. And the reasoning here is that the fifth slice of pizza is never as satisfying as the fourth slice of pizza, which is never as good as the third slice of pizza, and so on and so forth. So there are diminishing returns to spending money in a given period. So what that means is that instead of scrimping and scrounging in one year and then kind of overindulging in the next year, you should just consume the same moderate amount in both years. Well, a lot of these authors, I think, have a theory that saving is like a habit or a discipline that you build. And so in order...
Okay, so before... Oh, maybe you can start.
No, it's good. You can comment first on what we watched just now. Why it's important for us to have that set this tone for today's
All right,
discussion.
good. So I think I'll start because I wanted to echo from that video. So thank you, moderator, and thank you, Jain, for inviting us and AKPK to this talk today. It's funny because usually when we are asked to speak on a panel, you would have some research findings to share. Unfortunately, in the case of PNBRI and myself today, we are still in the midst of running a major research project, and it's on understanding the financial socialization of Malaysians and its impact on savings behavior. So I'd like to reference the video. So firstly, it's kind of cool. I shared it because it's kind of cool. It's kind of like a meta-analysis of books, right? So we researchers, we're used to like doing a meta-analysis or a systematic review of papers and journals. But this guy, Professor James Choi, out of the Yale School of Management, he did a literature review of books, right? And so the upshot was that financial gurus actually sell things that are in sometimes direct contrast with what economists are saying. So two things stood out from that video, in my opinion. So the first one is actually not so surprising. So most of us here know the standard argument. Of course, economists say something else, and then behavior, the people actually behave, is a little bit more complicated than economic theory, right? So that's why there's the birth of behavior science, behavior finance, and behavior economics. Humans make hyperbolic discounting decisions. They have external and internal loci of control. Most of you in this room probably would have done some regressions on those. And this is really an area that my colleagues at ICMR are really delving into, and I let them talk about it. But actually, the second more interesting part of this video is really the effect of what those books have. And books really are a form of media. Maybe Malaysia is not so big a reading culture as other parts of the world, but books are nothing but a media, a form of media, right? And that's really the idea of how books or media or other agents in our lives would have socialized us with the idea of financial behavior, or in our case, what we're interested in is savings behavior. So at the start of our project, we did a kind of a literature review, and you would see two kinds of studies usually when it comes to savings behavior. First are the macro kind, right? Those are the ones that look at total systems aggregate savings, and those include private savings, corporate savings, also government savings. And those are the regressors for those kind of papers tend to be income level, growth, real interest rates, population structure, demographics, and inflation expectations. But of course, the larger and more popular in Malaysia is the micro kind of savings behavior studies. And those ones are really about the determinants of savings behavior on the micro side. So things like behavior comes into play, socio-demographic factors like age, gender, race, and income levels, parental education, things like that. And of course, behavior and financial literacy, our favorite regressor. And in our case, we want to look at financial socialization agents. So financial socialization is kind of a theme that falls under the sort of personal finance and micro kind of literature. So at ASNB, ASNB is our sister company under the same group of PNB Group. We are mainly interested in savings. So I think most of you in this room probably would have some kind of amanah saham products. So when we started the research, we naturally looked at the FCI survey that Bank Negara conducts. 2024, our MyFlick index, Malaysia, it was 59.1. 2021, not much difference, right? 59. So really there's a flat thing, like the flat MyFlick index. But if you broke down the components, you'd see that from 21 to 24, what has really improved is actually financial knowledge of Malaysians. So financial literacy, the component of knowledge, has gone up by about 3 points. But the financial behavior component has gone down. Cik Nizam knows this very well. Behavior component has gone down by about 2 points. And at the same time, in the 2024 survey, more than a quarter of Malaysians say they sometimes or almost always don't have enough money. Compared to last time in 2021, only 14%. So in short, our problematization of this research thus become that despite improving financial literacy, or knowledge, Malaysians are still not translating into financial resilience in households and on an individual level. So of course, literature also have a lot of explanation for this. You've got the behavioral explanation. Again, this is the idea that people irrationally discount bigger rewards in the future to now. So this is hyperbolic discounting, or rather the inability to delay your gratification and wanting instant gratification. There's, of course, the economic explanation. Initially, I thought economic explanation is the biggest reason or determinant of savings behavior, but actually now I'm starting to believe it's behavior. But again, still, economic, cost of living is very high. Income is very stagnant in terms of growth, and so that's also a reason why people may not be saving. There's also a third explanation, and that's something that we want to look into, which is the socialization explanation. which is traditionally literature would have emerged in the 2010 and 2011, describing traditional media, parents, family, peers, and friends as the traditional socialization agents. So marrying that with the sort of evidence that Lusardi Mitchell kind of evidence of on financial literacy, on savings behavior, PNBRI is now set out to find out if, who, and how strong do financial socialization agents affect or determine the savings behavior of Malaysians. So watch this space. We're currently at the data collection stage, and we hope to have some of you in the room in the future in about 6 months time or 7 months time to discuss some of the findings that we will have.
All right,
I'll stop
wonderful.
there.
We definitely look forward to that as well. Now, Miss Alia, moving on to this session and also picking up from the session before, session 2, where we talked about an aging nation. A lot of people, when it comes to saving, a lot of people know that they have to save for retirement, but this is where they feel the gap the most, retirement and not having enough for retirement. So based on your experience at the ICMR and some of the research that you've done, what have the findings actually shown you in terms of why Malaysians, they know that they have to save, that's for sure, but why do they struggle to do so?
Thanks, Azaria. So for those who are not familiar with us, ICMR is an independent think tank affiliated with the Securities Commission Malaysia. And we look at a wide range of economic and structural issues across the economy and the market. But over the last 5 years, I'm not sure if this is working.
Doesn't seem to be working.
Doesn't seem to be working. Okay. So over the last 5 years, one of our key pillars has been financial inclusion. And we have looked at it across a wide range of areas, right? So we started with financial literacy, and then we looked at millennial and Gen Z savings behavior. We looked at vulnerable investors. And early this year, we published a report on financial security and retirement in the silver economy. And through our research over this last few years, what we have realized, I think exactly like what Farhana mentioned, it's not about the actual literacy or knowledge. So much of it is actually behavioral. And so over the last 2 years, I don't think the slides are very clear, but we started complementing our research with social testing and experimentation. And we wanted to test specific recommendations and specific ideas that we had in our reports to actually observe how people behave in real world environments. Because what we've realized is that for policies to be effective, they have to be designed around individuals. But individuals are so different, right? We have different income levels, we have different needs, different wants. Like Farhana mentioned earlier, we have different cultural backgrounds and we grew up in different environments. But you could have two people who on paper look very similar. So Farhana and I, we are both women of around the same age. We live in the Klang Valley. We work in the same industry. But how we save and how we spend and our habits might be completely different. So we might actually need very different interventions from a policy perspective. And why that has actually become even more important now is because we're living in such a fast-changing landscape. So our retirement systems and a lot of our financial systems were built in an era where you start work at 21, you work for 30 years, you have medical healthcare covered by your employer. At 50, you have a nice golden handshake and you retire happily, right? So it's based on the assumption of stable job and steady income. And we now know that that is no longer the case. More and more people are doing gig work, freelance work. People are moving away from that sort of linear, you study, you work, you retire, hard stop at 55. People are moving away from that. There's what we call a multi-stage life and a portfolio career, where you might have a full-time job, you might take a break to care for your kids, or a sabbatical to study, or just mental health reasons. And then you might then go back into having a bit of a freelance job. So it no longer is the case of a multi-stage life. And all the more reasons our systems have to be flexible to now account for how individuals may be living their lives differently. And while this is very structural at a macro level, at a micro level, you have all these behavioral factors. So let me share with you based on the persona of what we call Amy. So Amy is based on multiple over the years, our qualitative interviews and focus groups that we have done. We built this persona called Amy. So we meet Amy as a 30-year-old working mom of 2. She has 2 children who need to go to school. She has to put food on the table. She cannot think about retirement. Whatever money she makes is going towards her present needs. So she has present bias. maybe at the end of the year, she gets a bonus. She's like, okay, I'll save a bit. But when she looks at what the options are out there, there are 700 unit trust funds. Nowadays, there are so many things, robo-advisory, ECF, P2P. What does all of that mean? She has no idea. So she then defaults to the very familiar safe names that she knows, EPF, ASB. Nothing wrong with EPF and ASB, fantastic products. But is it necessarily the best choice, when she's young and she actually needs to be saving and try and maximize returns for the long term, right? But she puts it in there. Over the years, she's working, she's doing well, she has more money. Suddenly at 45 and 50, she's like, retirement's coming up. Duit macam tak cukup, right? So it's like, okay, where do I put my money now? She doesn't really have many people to go to. So she goes back to the people she trusts the most, her friends and her family, right? So the WhatsApp group is telling her, hey, you put money here, you're going to get 40% return annually. Okay lah, masuk. But this is exactly when she should not be putting in anything risky because she's getting so close to retirement. And then at 55, I think exactly like what Puan Hawa mentioned earlier, lump sum withdrawal, it's a lottery effect. You get a big lump sum and masa tu lah your anak nak kahwin, you want to renovate your house, you want to go for a nice vacation. That money looks very big, but it doesn't last as long as you think it does because your financial obligations doesn't stop at 55 or 60. There's still bills to pay. You might have elderly parents to support. You might have children to support, like Injit mentioned. So what happens then, right? And I think we all know an Amy in our lives. It could happen to anyone. It can happen to an educated professional because what we see is that your income and your literacy alone is not enough. Our studies have shown that most people are aware. People know that they need to save, right? They're just not doing it. So the gap is not a lack of awareness. It's the gap between awareness and action. And I think one of our common assumptions is that, people with higher incomes can save more. That was an assumption that our own assumption that was challenged as well, because our study showed that it's not so much the objective income, it's the subjective perception of yourself. So someone with higher income, but who is living paycheck to paycheck, they feel like they have a scarcity mindset. They feel very financially stressed. They're not able to plan in the long term for the future versus someone with lower income, but who maybe has a bit more room. So I think that was, some of our research, and happy to, I think, talk a bit more about what the issues are throughout this conversation.
All right. Now, based on all the research that's been done, we have a sort of overview, or this kind of paints a picture for researchers, educators, and the like. But I think it's safe to say that there's a gap in having this actually implemented and giving a real impact. So I'll start with you first, Miss Alia. What do you think is one of the biggest reasons there's this gap towards creating real lasting impact and also towards policy related?
So I think one of the gaps that we see, especially when it comes to financial well-being, is there's a disconnect between the data and the lived experiences, right? As researchers, it tends to be easier for us to look for what is easily measurable rather than what might be actually more meaningful, right? Which means it's very easy to miss out on the realities of Malaysian day-to-day life, right? And then when that gets translated into policy, it may be based on the policy may be based on incomplete information. Or, for example, policies may be based on comparative studies from other jurisdictions, but they're not situated within the nuances of the very unique Malaysian context. And this could be a structural context of how our institutions are set up, or it could be our cultural context of how Malaysians actually live on a day-to-day basis. So I think, having comparative studies are great, but it really needs to take into account the intersectionality of the individuals. So that's one issue. The other issue I think we see is a lack of awareness of what research is out there. I think there's so much good research happening in Malaysia, and this room, I think, is testament to that. But there is a lack of awareness at two levels. At the first level, among researchers ourselves, we don't always know what each other are doing, and then this could create duplication. It prevents, I think, more collaboration where we can pool our resource together. And I think I know that the previous speakers, they build on each other's knowledge. So that's one. But maybe more importantly is the lack of awareness by policymakers of what research is out there, right? And this may be because the research may be too technical or not in a form that's accessible to policymakers, or sometimes research gestation periods don't always sync with policy cycles. So by the time your research is finished, that policy has been rolled out already. I think that's something that I see a lot of people nodding. I think it's something we've all experienced. So essentially, it's a last mile problem, right? You can have fantastic MRT trains, but if there is nothing that brings me from the MRT station to my home, I may not use it, right? So likewise with research, we have so much fantastic research out there. I think the question is, how do we make it accessible and usable by the policymakers and by the end user?
All right. Now, Ms. Farhana, would you like to weigh in? What do you think when it comes towards research that is actually policy relevant?
Thank you, and I really want to echo Alia there. I have some addition points to add in terms of the research to policy gap, right? So, number one is actually finance, and I know most of us here probably understand what I'm talking about. You're in the business of looking for grants and applying for funding, and so sometimes budget limitations translates to data limitations. They're not the same, but sometimes they lead to one another. And because of that, we are limited to continuously doing a descriptive type of research rather than understanding the underlying causes of these phenomena, because it's harder, right? These kind of research take, like behavioral research, very expensive, and sometimes no one wants to fund it, especially if we are not pooling our resources together. And the other problem with funding is that sometimes if we are funded by certain industries, they're not, we love the word evidence-based policy, right? What I recently learned is that sometimes when you are driven by donors or donor-funded type of research, you kind of do like policy-driven evidence. So like policy-based evidence. So the donor or the funder already knows what kind of policy they want to put in. You just go and do the research to find the evidence for that. So that's really not something that we want to do. Secondly is on the idea, and echoing Alia just now, is really on the idea of putting it out, bridging the gap, right? So if you take from our colleagues in the natural sciences or the physical sciences, the problem is always the commercialization stage, right? So things are fundamental science research is in the lab, and then it's hard to get into commercial stage. And that's why in budget 2026, I think the government did allocate some funding to put things out of the lab into the factories. Similarly, for Malaysia, similarly for social science researchers like us, we may be at risk of still sitting in the lab. And what I mean by that is that we're just so interested in the instruments, the internal validity of our model specification, and the empirical aspects of the research. And I know, many of us are guilty for this. I'm not saying that this is not important. Of course, robust methods are very, very important. But thinking like our science researchers, we need to take our work out of the lab and into the real world. And typically, that means trying to find where exactly our research will land. Kat mana? Siapa nak dengar? The kind of ears that's going to listen to our researchers. So we're lucky in a sense that because we have NFLS, we have Bank Negara, and we have the Financial Education Network, who's provided as a platform, and Bank Negara, under the auspices of Bank Negara. That's great. But sometimes we might be in a bubble, like we're in a like financial literacy punya gang, and then who else is listening, right? But the people out there who's suffering are your entrepreneurs. So are we talking to KUSKOP? Are we talking to Kementerian Ekonomi? Are we talking to Kementerian Perdagangan and Komoditi? Are we talking to Kementerian Sumber Manusia, who's looking at people's wages? So sometimes this is really a call for myself and my colleagues and you all in the room. Maybe we need to take our research outside of our bubble, right? Yeah. And that's really really borrowing from the science sort of world.
Well, on that note, I think before we sort of wrap up, because there are a few questions already through the Slido. So briefly, as based on all that we've discussed over the 3 sessions today, including this one, what do you think would be the next steps in terms of research? Perhaps we'll start with you first, Ms. Farhana, because you mentioned a little bit just now that we need to move forward in that term. What do you think?
Thank you, Azaria. Okay, so some of the things so I mentioned just now. Firstly, we need to understand exactly when we're dealing with household matters, private matters, people's behavior, things that even people are not conscious about when they make savings behavior or financial behavior in general. Take debt, for example. We must understand where exactly the policy lands, right? And for the longest time, we have believed that that landing is in education. So we put a lot of training, resources, education, courses, training, seminar in the Kementerian, MOHI, Kementerian Pendidikan Tinggi, and we believe in K-12. Somehow financial literacy needs to get in there. So those are great. Of course, those need to be done. But in addition, where do you land? Where do you meet Amy? Right? You're not going to meet Amy in Sekolah Rendah.
No.
Right?
You have
But
to go
Amy,
out, speak to Amy's. Yep.
You need to go out and speak to Amy, and who can meet Amy, right? So Alhamdulillah, the way the structure works in Malaysia, and we talked about this with Jain and the Financial Education Network research community. Where would we meet people in that's not within our bubble, right? Why I say bubble, because the Malaysian structure has big GLICs, and some of us are part of that community, and so it's easy as a regulator, as a master coordinator, to just call the big 6-7 institutions, and then we got quite a good coverage already, right? But that risks missing out people who's not under SOCSO, don't have an ASB account, don't have an EPF account, or have pulled out of EPF, definitely not in the capital markets. These are people who's probably not Amy, but Amy's neighbor or cousin, who we will never meet if we stop within our group of universities and research institutes that's backed by the GLCs. So I think there's a risk of leaving behind, and that's the word we always use, right? But what does that really mean? Secondly, we could think of new sources of data. I want to make a pitch for again, people like my own institutions, like the big GLICs, to maybe consider moderated levels. And I know the academics in the room are like nodding, yes. Moderated levels of data sharing and authorization for serious researchers under potentially MOUs, NDAs, or collaborative models where their own in-house capacity is limited. So if you have limited capacity in-house, some of those, monopolistic data holders and banks, systems level data can be accessed by serious research members of the research community, because many of these patterns of saving, dissaving, borrowing, investing are actually held in these institutions. So as a research committee, we should also leverage off market style or brand research, right? So people like Ringgit Plus, I know we're in this industry, like so Ringgit Plus, AIA Vitality, Public Mutual, these brands also do a lot of, also hold a lot of data and also hold a lot of surveys. So sometimes all we need to do is just get the micro metadata level and then analyze those patterns, rather than go out and find money to do some survey, right? And then our survey is like 300 people, and then we want to publish a journal. And then another last point, and I'll stop there, is that not everything has to be national. So consider statistically sound sampling methods, but maybe at community level, or that you can give you insights, or levels of industry clusters. So, for example, every time we do research, we need to be like Malaysians, right? But what about engineering community in Pengerang under Petronas? Maybe, people with a lot of money, but maybe not great at saving money. We don't know. Like the great insights that can potentially be co-funded by Petronas. Or Penang Semiconductor Complex. Maybe you can get insights into their financial behavior and savings behavior, or their families or their spouses at home. Or the fishermen's community in the waters of Besut, or Putrajaya Administrative Complex. So these are like sort of like micro communities that you can sort of study in terms of, and can sort of infer great findings from them, rather than having to do national all the time. Idea for future research. I know Jain wants me to sort of seed the ideas among the community as well for a call for papers. So here's mine. Intermediation. So I think we do not understand enough the business of selling products, right? So so insurance and mutual unit trust, it's like selling ice cream in a coldest of winter. They don't sell for itself. They're not like iPhones, or they're not like EPF, which is mandatory, right? They need to be sold, because why? Pain points. Not saving for the future or retirement is not in front of my eyes today, so it's not a pain point for me today. So they need to be sold, taught, educated, trained, and this cost that the private sector or we are paying in our products or financial products, I don't think we understand as much as a research community the delicate relationship that we have with our unit trust and our insurance agents. And I think intermediation, I know there's already research out there, but I think that's a great area of future research. And whether the cost effectiveness and the social implications of them are beneficial.
All right, wonderful. Now, Ms. Alia, what do you think we should do to truly move the needle in terms of research?
Yeah, so I think we've been talking a lot about having people-centered policies, but people-centered policies require people-centered research. So what does that mean, right? I love a good survey, don't get me wrong. Surveys are great for capturing scale, for capturing breadth, but what we really need together with that scale and breadth is the depth and the nuance, right? So not so much about what people say, but what people actually do. And how do we do that? So whether that's more sort of qualitative demand side research, whether it's behavioral observation, whether it's, as Farhana mentioned, having access to the data of what people actually do. Because people might say, oh yeah, I save 1,000 ringgit a month. Then we look at the actual data, pula, So all of these things can inform us on what is actually happening on the ground. And I think another thing that at ICMR we talk about when we talk about bridging that gap between research and policy is also about conducting more sandbox or pilot testing. So the researchers working together with the policymakers to actually see if your theory works in practice, but doing it at a small scale first before it gets rolled out nationwide, right? So when you do it at a small scale, if there's any mistakes, if there's any issues, it's an iterative process. You can go back and forth. You can see if it actually works for the user, and you can make amendments. And then and in a way, the policymaker gets evidence, which helps them in their case, for a much bigger rollout. So that is in terms of sort of the research, but I think, like I mentioned earlier on the sort of lack of research awareness, and that really is on improving research and policy communication. So knowing your audience, knowing what is the best way to reach them, right? I saw a question about sort of the lack of attention span. And yes, now we're all living in a world where no one has attention spans. We're all just constantly scrolling. How does your research, which you took 12 months of painstaking, rigorous data, how does that compete with something that was created by AI in 10 seconds, right? So it's a question, I think, of having to tailor, translating our 100-page reports, our academic journals into more visual formats, into data storytelling. But even then, it's tailoring it according to your audience. So if your audience is a policymaker, then it's having very clear problem statements and very actionable recommendations that are within that policymaker's mandate. But if your audience is the mass public, then it could be through more storytelling, through more gamification. And I think one great example of this is not too long ago, I was at a conference that was co-hosted by PMBRI. And PMBRI were giving out books that were signed by the keynote speaker. But in order to get those books, I had to take part in the quiz. And the quiz was based on PMBRI's research. So I had to go and read the boards and infographics that they had. And I learned about sustainable palm oil and female labor force participation. But I thought it was such a great example of engaging the audience to engage with your research and knowing what incentivizes your audience. In my case, I really wanted that book, so I had to read the research, right? But I think it's examples like this, right, of tailoring it according to who you want to reach out to. Because at the end of the day, I don't think it's enough anymore that research is good, but research has to be understood, it has to be shared, and it has to be used.
All right, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much, both. Now, we have just a few minutes more. I'd like to go through some of the questions, some really good ones here. Let's go to the very first question that was sent in, referring to stagnant income and high cost of living. So, what about it? What should the industry or Malaysians do? Because it does affect a majority of Malaysians. High cost of living and also stagnant income. Who would like to take this one?
That really is a different forum. Yeah, unfortunately. But yes, if you want to do research on that, I think it's quite I think this would be a macro type of research. You would look at total system savings. You would regress that against both income levels and income growth. But data has literature has shown that there's mixed results on income levels in terms of whether it's a negative or positive relationship with savings behavior. But really, that is a discussion of a different day. Yes.
Okay, sure. Ms. Ale, would you like to weigh in or do you agree?
I agree with Farhana, but I also do think, I don't want to dismiss the very real facts that the cost of living is getting higher, incomes are stagnating. I think those are very real facts. But I think like what we showed earlier in our research, when it comes to behavior, those factors are not always the core components that affects behavior. So I think that's something to take note of, is that while these are issues that we should think about, it doesn't negate all the other factors, the environmental, the awareness, the different components that impact behavior.
Okay, so I guess what you're saying is even though we hear about it every day, it's not an overarching theme, it's like something that is actually something part and parcel. It's not.
Yeah, because I think I think some of my slides I shown earlier, like we actually did some testing and some surveys where people with much higher income actually have much worse off financial behavior than those with lower income, right? It's about a multitude of other factors. So
Okay.
again, I don't want to dismiss the fact that having the cost of living is increasing and incomes are stagnating, but when it comes to the actual financial, the end goal,
Yeah.
there are all these other factors that maybe that we have more, it's more in our remit to look at.
All right, wonderful. Now, another question here asks about how willing are policymakers in sharing their data? From experience, it's always difficult for them to trust NGOs or academia. What's your opinion?
In my humble experience working in policymaking and with policymakers, you'll be surprised at how little they know and how little data they actually have. So this is what.
So that's why they don't want to share.
Because great, that maybe right.
Maybe.
So you need to understand that people like BNM, PNB, we're not policymakers, right? So these are businesses, right? Sometimes we hold massive amounts of data, and they sometimes are trade secrets. If it's a commercial need. But policymakers typically rely on you, on us, to inform them more than you think, more than we believe. So sometimes we overestimate the knowledge that policymakers have. To be very honest.
Ms. Alia, do you have any experience in this?
I completely agree with Farhana. And I think all the more reason, I talked about learning how to communicate with policymakers. I think that's all the more reason. Because if they can see how that data is going to be used and how that can help them, I think there can be greater trust. But if they don't fully understand what you're going to do with the data, then I think it's very understandable why they may be hesitant, especially because, like Fana mentioned, a lot of it is quite very private data. So I think being able to sort of communicate with them and having to build that trust with them.
Okay, so sort of a win-win situation, so to speak. All right.
There is a level of responsibility, I think, from the research community as well. Sometimes we love doing research and we get a career out of it, honestly. But sometimes these data are belong to aggregators who are actually custodians of people's livelihoods and experiences. And I think sometimes some of the
when it comes
apprehension,
to,
apprehension from the policymakers to just simply share
sensitive information.
Yeah. And sometimes they are looked at. So there's part responsibility on us actually as the research community to build trust with the policymakers, to convince them that actually, hey, we're a bunch of very responsible group of researchers, and we want to do serious research. Some may be just for your eyes, some may be for the public's eye and for the journals.
Yeah, I think including them through every step of the process as well. So not just give me your data of 6 million people and then in 1 year's time I'll come back to you with a report, right? Like having to include them so that they know what you're doing and how, in a way,
how it's being used.
How it's being used. And
yeah.
you can then also sort of tailor your research to their needs, right? And I think when we talk about making sure that there's impact in your research, that's also very important, because if you work with the policymakers from the start, you can make sure that your research will actually be impactful, rather than you're just doing it and at the end might not be actually useful for them.
All right, definitely.
It's actually a very good point. Yeah.
Okay, one last question from the audience. What key behavioral insights are still missing in current financial well-being research?
So I think something I was just thinking of recently, when we've been talking about financial literacy throughout the whole of today. And I think AG touched on this in the session earlier, but we also need to start thinking about AI literacy and how that intersects with financial literacy. Because it's actually very behavioral, right? It can, one aspect of it is obviously the scams. If I get a phone call from what looks like my mother's number and sounds like my mother, and she asks me for money, I will probably transfer it to her, right? So how that AI literacy on that aspect is one thing, but on the other aspect, if Farhana mentioned about agents earlier, so Malaysia's financial system and our investment system is very agency heavy, whether it's the insurance or whether it's unit trusts. How will this model change with AI? Are we moving away from having this sort of this one person that we may or may not trust to potentially their jobs potentially being replaced by AI or not, right? How does this model evolve? I think that's something that we also have to start thinking about from a research perspective and from a behavioral perspective, whether people may or may not relate to an AI better because your AI is built to relate to you versus an agent.
Right.
And that's very important that you mentioned that, because when I thought about recommending for future research in intermediation, which is agency models, agency based, we tend to think of it as a cost component, right? So if I pay X amount of dollars for my insurance policy or X amount of ringgit for my, without naming names, Amanah Saham or unit trust product, how much of that goes to the agency, and and people actually make livelihoods out of this. And so there's also a multidisciplinary research angle here, where you don't just come from the faculty of business or economics and then study this as a financial literacy in its silo. There's potentially political economy sort of angles to this, and this is where your paper or our research will be much richer if we sort of also understand the kind of like job opportunities that agency models sort of provide for the people who subscribe to it, because maybe it is in its own a gig sort of, or not, maybe it's not a gig, so even definitions are still blurry at this point. So sometimes if we sort of just stick in our lane in financial literacy, we might miss out the multidisciplinary approaches and opportunities in research that could be well within the same paper and the same thread of study. Very good point. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, ladies, thank you so much. On that note, thank you for sharing your time and your expertise. We definitely look forward to hearing more from ICMR and also PNB Research Institute. And we wish you good luck with your next research.
Thank you. And I'd like to thank AKPK and his team as well for this.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And with that, we've come to the end of this session, and back to Mr. MC.
Thank you, Azaria. And of course, thank you to our speakers. And ladies and gentlemen, there it is, our masterclass on financial literacy. And that concludes our moderated session. And thanks to our speakers once again. And thank you to the always insightful Ms. Azaria Tagai. Thank you for being the indispensable guide to our discourse. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, we now transition into our final session. We close our session panels with the presentation From Stacks to Strategy, Libraries as Engines of Financial Intelligence. Please welcome Mr. Muhammad Irman Muhammad Din, Chief Librarian of the Financial Services Library. Please welcome.
Right. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Thank you very much to Mr. Moderator and our fellow colleagues, especially the researchers from universities as well as researchers from reputable organization and think tank. My name is Irman Muhammad Din. I'm the head of Financial Services Library, which situated in this building, AICB building, at the lower ground. And I would like to this session to be a pitching promotional session for the researcher to really look into our facilities in Financial Services Library, or in short, FSL, where we can collaborate more on the future research as well as the deposit of your research or materials to our library for the common and also the bigger usage of your finding as well as your insights to the whole research fraternity of the country. And I think financial services library as a whole is one unique entity that been established by financial institutions, financial industries, and the central bank, Bank Negara. They co-funded this operation of this particular FSL for the benefit of our Bank Negara staff, as well as the financial industries staff or resources to use our library as a center of collaboration. That's where the value propositions of Financial Services Library what is called anchored. We have transformed our library not only as a custodian or warehouse of knowledge, but we shape as well as we move the library functions to become a future-proof library towards the national building. And looking at the topic of today's sessions, from stacks to strategy, libraries as an engine of financial intelligence. That's where in the changing world, rapid changing world of the current situations, we are looking into how the institutionalized of the library itself should be a platform for people to collaborate, people or researcher to share their insights, their report, especially all sort of documents to be used and utilized by by the public, or by the stakeholders, or by the patron of the libraries. This is where, from our understanding, to create a financial intelligence, it's not a luxury kind of term of or a luxury kind of phases. It is an infrastructure where and when we can utilize library as a backbone of the financial intelligence. That's where in financial services library, we encourage and also we promote what you call a holistic collaboration between all the players, the researcher at the universities, think tank, reputable organization, central banks, and so on, to be part of the ecosystem to create a financial intelligence itself. That's our role and also our functions, where the evolving strategy need to be what you call to be craft and to be implemented. And the shift from stack to strategy, I think traditional library we are more on passive kind of how can we access book, journals, database. We do a transactional services, and we seems to become what you call a support function, not a strategic asset. But for strategic library, financial services library, and I think the spirit should be broadened to whole ecosystem of the library, regardless from the academic libraries or on our side, we are the specialized library. We should play this role as an intelligent engine to transfer or to translate the research into a decision-ready knowledge, number one, evidence-based policy making, as well as to enable researcher, economists, regulators, public stakeholders to connect to the knowledge in order for them to create the impact. As what have been discussed in the 4th session today, I think the missing gap is not about the research capability and also the research report findings. But I think the research, the gap is where can we get or can we house all the research to be in one particular hub or in one particular collaborative space that everybody can benefit to create what? To create the impact to the national building of the country. And that's where FSL, we have offered a lot of what you call research facilities, online resources that can be shared together with all our fellow researchers. And I think in order for us to meet or to get the essence of all research that available in Malaysia, we have also what you call mirrors, few benchmarking or did some benchmarking looking into BIS, Basel BIS library. We have a collaborations with IMF libraries as well as OECD library, and we can conclude that those reputable library or knowledge hub, they are not only the host, the what you call the whole the household of informations or the warehouse of information. They are more on what you call platform that a researcher can really utilize their insights and they can create impact towards what the required policy or national agenda that been set by the government. And for the library, I think we need to run away from a single service point of a reference to multi-layered ecosystem. In financial services library, for your information, we have divided our what you call our structure into 4 tiers or layers of approach. Number one, we are looking into intelligence layer where thematic reports, emerging trend, pattern, policy insight brief is housed in our library. That's the first tier that we have, that we coin as a intelligent layer. The second layer is the learning layer, where we establish or we create a workshop, continuous on monthly basis, a workshop that we open to anybody, to public, to our patron, to come and to utilize our space and to share the insights from the data that we have. And beside that second layer, we also have the third layer, what we call it a community layer, where the community it will be in our library itself, or we go out outreach to the libraries or to the community within the fraternity of libraries, where we work together with Perpustakaan Negara Malaysia and all the communities libraries managed by states, to be a platform for us to congregate and also to share our informations. Where Puan Alia and also Puan Farhana said about, I agreed 100%. This is not about the research, the lack of research, but how can we house everything to the research to be in a more reputable institution, where library is the most what you call common entity that lies in the community itself, that where this we need to use and utilize this particular platform. And the last tier is the technological layer, where the so-called the AI training, the digital knowledge, or online resources, and so on, is housed in and can be used by our patron. That I think is our functions, and I think you can afterwards, after this session, after lunch, I would like to welcome you to have a walk about to our financial services library, just downstairs at the ground floor. You can see and also you can experience what you call our facilities, and also our what you call books that we have, the collections that we have. And I think last but not least, we have some snippets of our video. If is it possible just to click? Oh no. Can you click the video, please? Is it 1 minute video? Okay. Any sounds? Okay. This is our library. Since no sounds, I just walk you through the library. This is our facilities, our collaborative space. And I think the most important things that the call for actions that I would like to propose. Please come to our library and work together with us. We can have what you call collaborations together, and we are looking for partners for us to really what you call help and assist the fellow researcher, especially from the universities. Come and visit us. We'll try our very best to to what you call to assist and to accommodate uh, what we have, what you have, especially on the research, because it can be a hub actually, a collaborative hub. You can have what you call intellectual discussion on monthly basis. We can structure it, and we can do a collaborations outreach as well together with you. That's I think my final what you call presentations, pitching, promotion pitching to you, and I would like to end it with a final quote: "When a nation invests, okay, at last." This is our facilities in front of the tree. We have a banker's lamp. We have around 27,000 collection. We have also a rare book collection. This is our recharge corner. This is the first collaboration with NCF University. We established a Isra Corner there, where house lot the biggest Islamic finance database. Our meeting rooms, and that's it. That is FSL. Please come and visit us. And I would like to end my session with a final quote: "When a nation invests in libraries, it invests in the intelligence." And hopefully it can be a good collaboration moving forward for 2026 and forward. Thank you very much.
All right, now, thank you, Mr. Omar Irman. Your presentation has provided a critical conclusion to our session lineup. And don't miss out the invitation to visit the Financial Services Library, because I wouldn't miss it, because there's something about the smell of books really calms me down. Thank you once again to our brilliant speakers and all of you. Your participation has truly maximized the value of this discourse. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we come to a special moment of recognition. This is the moment we celebrate the sharpest minds who contributed their research through the article writing competition. For your information, AKPK FEWRC has organized article writing competition among researchers to express their views and insights on topics ranging from financial literacy to financial resilience. This is to encourage thought-provoking and emerging ideas that could spur innovation in the body of knowledge. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Yang Berusaha Puan Nur Fazlin Zakaria, accompanied by Mr. Muhammad Mahfukrin, on the stage to present the accolades and honor the well-deserved winners of the competition. Please welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, we have received over 30 submissions of articles and 8 of them have been shortlisted. Therefore, we would like to invite 5 writers who will receive certificate of merit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the recipients of the certificates are, please welcome Miss Nur Shuhada Kamarudin. And now we would like to invite Lee Chin Yi. Please welcome Kung Tai Wai. And now we invite Lee Chi Lung. And please welcome Louis Kiat. Congratulations to all recipients, and now we are going to announce the top 3 of the winners. Ladies and gentlemen, second runner-up goes to Muhammad Ali. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Congratulations, Mr. Muhammad Ali. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the first runner-up. Congratulations to T.G. Lim. Finally, the champion of the article writing competition 2025 goes to, congratulations to Siti Maslita Yamaluddin. Once again, congratulations to all winners and our deepest gratitude to Puan Nur Fazlin and Che In for gracing the ceremony. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before we conclude, we look to future of our collective mission. Today's intense evidence-based dialogue is a key part of advancing the National Financial Literacy Agenda, an effort anchored by the National Financial Literacy Symposium, or also known as the NFLS, our flagship event held annually in October. The NFLS is the summit that unites policymakers, academics, researchers, industry professionals, and analysts. Its purpose to tackle emerging financial challenges head on and deliver evidence based solutions that propel our nation's development goals. If your work drives innovation in financial literacy, inclusion, or sound financial practices, then NFLS is your platform to impact policy. We are officially opening the call for papers for NFSL 2026. This is your opportunity to position your research at the forefront of the national discussion. Visit the AKPK website immediately for submission details and deadlines. We look forward to transforming your papers into national policy. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we officially conclude the intellectual discourse gathering scholarly minds. We sincerely hope the wealth of knowledge shared today will be beneficial to your work and understanding. Once again, a massive round of applause and heartfelt gratitude to all our expert panelists and speakers for sharing their vital expertise this morning. A heartfelt thank you to Yang Berbahagia, Partner Fazlin, distinguished guests, and all our expert panelists, our exceptional moderator, Ms. Azaria, and to every participant for your dedicated time and expertise. Before you leave, please allow us the pleasure of inviting everyone to join us for a well-deserved lunch. And ladies and gentlemen, please scan the QR code on the screen for feedback. This will be useful for the organizers to be better in the next event. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. We wish you a productive afternoon and safe travels. Thank you and have a good day.
So I say thank you for the music, the songs I'm singing. Thanks for all the joy you're bringing. Who can live without it? I ask in honesty. What will I be? Without a song or a dance, what are we? So I for bringing it back to me. Father says I was a dancer before I could walk. Says I began to sing long before I could talk. I've often wondered how did it start? Who found that nothing can capture a heart like a melody? Wherever it was, I'm back. So I say thank you for the music, the songs I'm singing. Thanks for all the joy they're bringing. Who can live without it? I ask in honesty. What will I be without a song or a dance? What are we? So I thank you for the music we're giving me. So I for giving it to me.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Asmara Loka. And now once again, we would like to invite you to enjoy the delectable cuisine prepared meticulously, especially for you. So please enjoy your lunch and we'll see you in the next event. Thank you.